Hello, everyone! I don't know why the music stopped, but hello, everyone! How are we all doing tonight? The page isn't responding. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, we're still live, so I'm gonna have to fuck with this in a moment. Okay, now it's working. I'm gonna have to delete some shit on my PC or something. I don't know what's like. My PC was always having issues, but now, like, it's especially bad. Unless there's, like, some new update that's, like... I can't close it. Alright. Well, it seems to be working now. Anyway, hello everyone! We might be able to get this shit working. Hello, everyone. Hello, Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights. I'm going to turn this down. There we go. Hello, Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights. Hello, Elvis. Hello, everyone. I don't even know. What the hell is this music? I don't know. Alright, well I recognize this. Let's play it. So, tonight is LDM night. Thursday night. As it is known by those mere mortals, those halflings. Hello, Arus. Let's move on. So what we're going to be doing tonight is a new magazine, one that I've not even read before, or well, none of these I've read before, but one that I've not even heard of before. It is Video Game and Computer Entertainment. This one is a little bit, well, definitely lesser known, but more so shorter lived. It only lasted from, I think it actually started before like the big two, EGM and GamePro. It started like a year earlier. In 88, I want to say, late 88, but it died way earlier. Died in 1993, while EGM and GamePro were thriving. Video Game and Computer Entertainment, they were not doing so good. So, this issue is from February of 1990. I should point out, by the way, the entire reason I picked this is because I got it confused with a different magazine. I thought this was the one that had the infamous Atari Jaguar review. Turns out that's Game Fan magazine. Equally not super well known, I think, and died also pretty quickly. But this is not that. This is Video Game and Computer Entertainment. So, what is... well, I guess I don't entirely know what this magazine is. We're gonna find out. But more so, I guess let's talk about the state of video games in February 1990. I kind of already did something along these lines, so I'll be mostly repeating myself from that one EGM article I did. But, basically, Nintendo was still king. However, the Genesis was slowly kind of creeping up to it, at least in the US. In Japan, it was basically the same story, but it was the PC engine. And yeah, it was mostly, at this point, still pretty much uninterrupted reign from the Nintendo. However, we are going to be seeing a couple of different consoles tonight, and we're going to be seeing some PC games. The lawless wasteland of the personal computer. There ain't no love in this scene, I'll tell you what. Well, anyway, this is video game and computer entertainment. Like I said, I have no idea what the hell this is, and I don't think any of you guys do either, so let's just fucking go. I did kind of take a look at this, and I think we're going to be seeing... What the hell is driving? Like, driving games, I guess? Fightin', oh, I see. Fightin', driving, zapping. Bayou Billy. It would be really cool if we could do any of those things properly. But yeah, you can... I think we can already kind of see this is a little bit, like, kind of lower budget than the EGM or GamePro that would have been contemporary and popular around this time, just from, like, the quality of the ads. Interesting, like, I would have thought, like... It's kind of interesting, like, you would think, like, the publishers of the games would be in charge of the ads, but, like, kind of, like, the gulf in quality. Like, you can kind of see, like, EGM and GamePro always had, like, these full-color... Like, almost like you could, like, rip them out of the magazine and hang them up as posters. And they would look pretty good up, like, you know, pinned up on your wall. This kind of just, you know, looks like an advertisement. It is full color, of course, but it doesn't quite look as good as something like you would get in EGM. And that's something you kind of notice with some of these lower quality, like... I don't want to say lower quality, but lower budget gaming mags. I guess to some degree the gaming mags must have some sort of, like, artistic control over the advertisements. But anyway, here we have more friends. More friends! Oh, wait. Oh, more friends, more fiends, more allies, more adventures. The island of Hesmei is waiting for you. I don't even know what the hell this is. What is this text? I'll admit, this ad has gotten my attention. What the hell is this?
Finally, a role-playing game big enough for your imagination. The island of Hesmei trademark up to 100 people can play at once, battling their way through 62,000 hexes of scalding deserts, towering clifftop cities, clammy underground catacombs, and 3,250 truly disgusting computer-generated creatures.
Fuck yeah.
No matter how many friends you make, or how many villains you dispatch, you'll never, ever get enough. And the island of Hesmei is only one of the exciting multiplayer games you can play on CompuServe. We also
oh my god, CompuServe!
As well as many others. All you need to play is a personal computer, a modem, and a CompuServe membership. To join,
literally those are three things that no American had in 1990.
8199 and take a trip to
oh
the
my
island
god,
that's
CompuServe.
Relaxing.
So what? These were like games you could download, and I guess it was you could download them over the internet and or whatever the fuck proto-internet this was, and then like I don't know if the games themselves were online. I don't know if you downloaded them to your PC. I have no idea. I didn't know CompuServe was this old. By the way, hello, LCX. Sorry, I saw your comments. I just forgot to say hi. Life's a beach. Oh, wow, it sounds like something else that's a little bit more profane. Then you die. Oh, my. Kings of the Beach. Or is that what it is? Yeah, Kings of the Beach. I don't know what that game is. I think it's like a surfing game of some sort. And then also... Silent Service. I've heard of this game. Never played it. Actually, what are the... Let me look at the screenshots, see kind of what this is. I assume Kings of the Beach is like some surfing type game. Yeah, that's entirely what it looks... Oh my god! Look at those screenshots. Back when it was kind of like an act of triumph to get like high-quality screenshots of video games, and you just, like, would take pictures of the television. And that's Silent Service. Maybe I need to play Silent Service at some point. That one looks pretty fun. Oh, I see. It's just credits. Interesting they put the credits at the beginning of the magazine. That's a little strange. I hope they explain what CompuServe was in the 90s. I know of CompuServe, like, I know there was, like, a CompuServe email. I know of that. Champions of Crime. I think this... Is this, like, a computer game of some sort? I don't know if I've ever heard of this. Magic of Sound. Oh, wait. Be there with the magic of sound. What is this? What are they pimping here?
Tripelt SWB there. Feel like part of the action with Hudson's new personal stereo controller and the magic of sound effects.
Oh, I know this!
Stereo earphones. And get ready. Sound shifts rapidly from ear to ear, while video images race across the screen.
This is the,
intense, almost real as the excitement swirls around you. The Joy Card also comes equipped with...
I didn't know they sold this in the US.
Plus,
the Joy
Card.
Setting
of up to 15 shots per second for when you need maximum power. So look for Hudson's new controller.
First of all, I think it's funny that they styled this after the Famicom and released it in the US. Second of all, I didn't know they released this in the US. This thing is really cool.
Limited Joy Card Sansui Electric Co. Ltd. Nintendo registered and Nintendo entered.
Yeah, this was a way of getting kind of like fake stereo out of your NES. Essentially, yeah, it would like... I think it would depend on like what direction you pressed on the D-pad. where the sounds would come out of. It sounds extremely disorienting, but I guess that's the way that you had to do stereo back then. You couldn't do it natively on the NES. The original ones had only mono AV, and then the remasters didn't even have that. Or not remasters. The revised, the top loader didn't even have AV. There's actually an interesting. I don't know if they. I guess they never did advertise this, but it actually like emitted a radio signal. And one of the cool things about the Joy Card is even if you didn't have headphones, you could tune in on any radio and listen to your NES games on the radio because it just emitted a low power radio signal. I have no idea how that got FCC clearance. I guess it was low power enough that it did, but... this is... I don't know what this is. I can't read that. I will say I like how this is laid out. So far, anyway.
ESS Tours. +1 equals 4 sum MPD me EE. The adventures of Dino Riki began in prehistoric times when ancient dinosaurs ruled the earth. Dino Riki is determined to establish mankind's future in this violent age by exploring and fighting his way through deserts filled with quicksand, sinking lotus swamps,
actually played much of this game. It looked pretty fun, I guess.
Dino Riki is armed with a shooting weapon that will change in progress from rocks to axes,
I don't know why it's pronouncing it the British way.
Fiery torches. There are many hidden items that will help Dino Riki to increase his strength, extend his life, fly like an eagle, and one that will change Dino Riki to Macho Riki, the ancient
Macho Riki,
etc. Dino Riki will need all the ancient knowledge and items he can find before facing the dinosaur. Bosses: Tyrannosaurus, Pteranodon.
Are we sure this isn't like the Lost Adventure Island 5?
That's
kind of what this sounds like.
Trademark for maximum sound effects.
Oh yeah, and you can play it with the Joy Card, I guess.
I can feel your precious heart holding your hand in mine. I feel the special love we have.
Oh my god, I hate the vocal performance I gave on this track. It sounded like Barney.
Fantasy. It's not a dream.
Never ever want to wake up from the sweet, sweet dream.
It's our world.
ONTNZZ /no favorites. Dear VG and CE, recently purchased your October issue, and want to know why you favor the Lynx system over the Nintendo Game Boy? When read the Game Boy feature, video games and computer
because bigger is better,
August
obviously.
1989, most of it was negative. Think the only good thing you had to say about it was that it cost less than the Lynx. Also, you devoted 4 pages to the Lynx and even included some screen-sent LRA, EI Euro XJA tie shots of the games. Believe that a gaming magazine such as yours shouldn't take sides. Adam Thornburg, Columbia, Tennessee.
I mean,
Sorry
for an
if you feel
opinion
that
piece,
way,
you kind of
Adam.
have to.
Our coverage of both machines touched on their respective features and different personalities, and were structured to be as unbiased and purely factual as possible. The Lynx has such advantages as a full-color display, independent backlighting, a networking capability for multiplayer competition, and the option to be played more comfortably by a left-handed gamer. The Game Boy is smaller and has
Honestly,
stereo sound and the option to let
as
you
a
go
left-handed
head-to-head with another
person,
player
it's
via
just
an
too
interactive
awkward.
play cable. We try to be fair and objective in all reporting that we do.
Just
and
play the
objectivity
Lynx right
goes
side
out the
up.
window when you pick a side. As for which is better, we leave that for you decide. 10.
love you, my prince.
I mean, yeah. Just goes to show, even back in 1990, fanboyism was alive and well.
Oh no!
I agree. Oh no, fanboyism.
ARJ8LWH Ryol, dear VG and CE, have a question for you. How do gamers figure out secret power-ups, continues, extra lives and so forth? Are these features built into the game software intentionally in all cases, or might they be the result of glitches in the circuitry or programming?
It depends.
Think that your magazine is the best on the market covering the video game scene. What you need to offer is multi-year subscriptions.
Well, at least one person thought that.
Dear VG and CE, would like to congratulate you on the great magazine that you are publishing. How do you find and figure out these great and complicated tricks for obtaining?
I think usually it's the
lives and
publishers
continues?
that provide
For
them,
example,
right?
in the September issue you announced how to find endless lives in Sega's Black Belt. Do you just mess around until you find these tips, or is there a secret we readers don't know about? Please answer this question for a true game maniac. Peter May, New York, New York. Thanks for writing in, guys. First off, all of the features you mentioned, lives, any continue features, etc., are programmed directly into the game by the creators and design teams that produce the
God, Persona in general just had the best music.
on NG cartridges. These are the results of many hours of programming, not random glitches. The only thing a short circuit would produce is static, a blown game machine or something similar. Secondly, our tips come to us from a variety of sources. If you've studied our
I mean, it
history
depends.
of
Like the
console,
infinite live
you'll see
trick
that
in
a
Super
number of
Mario
tips come
Brothers,
from
for
die-hard
example, that
gamers
was
who write
like...
in. There's no
there was
substitute
no
for
way that
rolling
was
up those
intentional.
sleeves and taking on your favorite video game. Other tips are furnished by the game manufacturers, who are kind enough to pass on some helpful hints, and by your hard-working editors at VG and CE. After all, we do get to play games sometimes, you know. Strategy fan, dear VG and CE, I'm writing this to acknowledge a fine job on Strategy Guide Part 2 for Hudson's Adventure Island in the October VG and CE. The level of detail found in this guide was amazing and far
God, that
surpassed
game
that of
definitely
other
needs a
magazines
strategy
that I've
guide.
read. Was stuck in Area 7 of the game until reading your tips concerning a similar section in Area 8, i.e., fourth pair of vertically moving Zigmos. That particular tip, plus those for the higher levels, allowed me to complete the game and say old what's her name. Thanks again, and enclosed is a request for a subscription to your excellent magazine. Curtis Hill, Monica, Pennsylvania. I no problem, Curtis. We're always glad
Where,
to be of
Pennsylvania?
some help
I never
against
heard of
those
that
annoying
place.
Sigmos. Looking back, we'd have to say
We don't
that
acknowledge
section was the biggest hurdle to
Bumfuck
finishing the
Town,
game.
Pennsylvania.
Continued on page 115.
I say coming
Prairie.
from Bumfuck Town, Pennsylvania. Triple action. Ace the Queen Slayer. Oh shit! Oh, it's Amagon! Okay, I might be like the only fan of this game, Amagon. I really like this one. Is it an objectively good game? well, no game is objectively good, but is this game, like, does this game have, like, legitimate flaws? Yeah, but, I don't know, it's just really cool. You get to turn into whatever the fuck that thing is on the cover. How can you possibly go wrong? Hello, DJ Ronnie. Scoring big with Asmic. Asmic always put out, well, I'm not gonna say good games, but interesting games.
Greetings, gamesters. I'm Boomer.
Gamesters.
You'll see me representing all the 5 exciting games by a new company called Asmuck. Asmuck has had popular success in Japan, so I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot of Asmuck's great games for your Nintendo Entertainment FN system. I'll be appearing in my own game, too. You can help me battle the enemy in a prehistoric adventure.
Oh yeah, that's right, there's an Asmix,
So when you want action and adventure, remember Asmuck, and remember me, Boomer. :
Oh, Boomer. Yeah, that's right, Boomer's Adventures in Asmic World, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. It was a Game Boy game. That's right. Yeah, Boomer's Adventures in Asmic World. I never played that one, but Asmic always put out interesting stuff. Interestingly, they were not the ones that made the video game about asthma. That was actually the name's kind of escaping me. But they, like, put out, like, a bunch of, like, health-related games, like, Brocky the Bronchiosaurus, Rex Ronin, Daniel the Diabetic Dinosaur, or whatever the diabetes one was called. But, yeah, Asmic. They put out some interesting stuff in the 90s. What the hell is that thing? Oh, turn your used video game cartridges into cash. What? Yeah, that was always the cool thing, is you would get a lot of times, like, you would get a lot of, like, used game stores and, like, local mom-and-pop game places advertising in these, like, multinational magazines. Why? I don't know. Like, I would have to imagine whatever it cost to advertise in these magazines would have not really been worth whatever growth you would get, but, like, that was a thing that happened. I guess some of the, unless, like, maybe some of these places might have operated, like, over mail order, perhaps? I don't know. Strap in for full throttle action. Sky Shark? Has anybody ever heard? Okay, I thought I knew, like, most of the NES games. Has anybody ever heard of Sky Shark? It's a Taito game. Maybe I need to play this. I thought I knew a thing or two about NES games. I thought I knew, like, all of them, or at least most of them. No, I've never heard of this.
Inman system. The original arcade hit is here now.
And it's an arcade port?
Flight of your life with the awesome WW//air battle. Sky Shark registered pilot your P-40 fighter plane over a scrolling landscape of dangerous enemy territory. Use your machine
Oh,
guns,
so it's like a
bombs,
1942
and pilot
clone.
skills to knock out attacking tanks, anti-aircraft guns and an armada of deadly battleships and aircraft carriers. The final fight brings you face to face with a massive
Flying
flying
Gargora.
fortress.
Exactly.
Now this white-knuckle arcade thriller from Taito Registered is ready to fly on your Nintendo Entertainment System.
Maybe I need to play this, because I've...
5 incredible levels of action. We bring even more arcade excitement into your home with other action-packed hits like Bubble Bobble the Addictive Dinosaur ROM, Operation Wolf
The
Registered
Addictive
the Awesome
Dinosaur
Prisoner
ROM.
Rescue Mission, and Renegade, the Knockout Street-style karate brawl. Take off for the guts and glory of taming the skies with the high-flying action of Sky Shark.
Fuck yeah, I wanna
Registered
tame
Don't
some
be left on
skies.
the ground. AOLMSC.
Alright, I gotta find out what Sky Shark is, just because it's an NES game that I've never heard of. I don't even necessarily expect it to be good, or in any way, like, really my thing. I just want to know what it is, because it's an I thought I knew all the NES games. Unless this was unreleased. That's what time and service is. Sky Shark. It was released. And it's a Taito game, too, so there's gotta at least be, like, some degree of quality. If the game even loads at all. It does not. Let's try this ROM. Here we go. Oh, cool panic music. Anxiety music. Yep, it's 1942. That stands to reason. Oh my god, why is this music so British? I'm just using Turbo because this doesn't have that. Okay, here we go. Oh, do I have to bomb the power-ups to get them? Oh, it has checkpoints. Actually, apparently pretty frequent checkpoints. That's pretty good. I think I understand now why people don't talk about this game. It's not that it's bad, it's just why would you play this when 1943 exists? Or Tiger Heli, or any number of... Well... There we go. Oh, I see. I think that's a panic bomb. Except, how do you get the power-ups? I don't know. Also, like, I wonder if this is like... Okay, no, that's the last. Yeah, I don't know. The power-ups don't seem to, like... I don't seem to understand how you collect them. I don't know. That game, honestly, though, is, quite frankly, meh. Yay, I can control that myself. Hello, Mike Wolf. Obscure gamer mags bring all the boys to the yard, as it turns out. Take no prisoners. Operation Wolf, yeah, this is a classic. Although I would not recommend playing this on the NES. Unless you have a zapper. Actually, wait, no, the NES came with a zapper. In that case, play Operation Wolf on NES, but do so with a zapper. Because playing with the controller, yeah, I don't think it really works all too well.
Inman System.
Sky
now you
shit.
can thrill to the world's
Yeah.
best arcade game right on your Nintendo Entertainment System. Registered Operation Wolf Registered takes you on a prisoner rescue mission you'll never forget. Mind-blowing arcade-quality graphics put you behind enemy lines where you must destroy the terrorists and save
Now Final
helpless
Fantasy VII,
prisoners.
close enough.
One play and you'll know why it's the world's #1 arcade game. Operation Wolf Registered uses Nintendo Zapper Registered or standard controller.
Okay.
For more arcade-quality fun at home, grab Tato's other action-packed hits for the
Tato.
Nintendo Entertainment
Potato.
System. Registered Renegade, the fast-paced street-style karate brawl. Bubble Bobble, the totally addictive dinosaur delight. And coming soon, Sky Shark, Registered, the arcade's meanest, most explosive
Sky
high-flying World
shit,
War
as we've
IL
already
air
dubbed
battle.
it.
CC at Registered.
Oh, no, wait, no. Oh, I didn't need to do that anyway. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Anyway, Operation Wolf. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it, but you might be. There's a reason it has appeal. Alright, I think we're getting back to the letters to the editor section.
And land. Practice blasting an enemy and experiment with 3 kinds of bombing techniques. Owners of Fokker Trip Lane can update their discs for $15 with return of the program, which includes the newly updated and reprinted manual. Accolade tries RPG for Spy Lovers. Accolade, best known for its string of action arcade entertainments, introduced its first role-playing game, but with a theme that's far removed from...
Wait, what the hell is this connected to? Oh, this, I guess? This is something I guess I forgot to... I think this... Okay, this I think might be gaming news. Okay, so let's actually start here, because I think this is actually where it starts. I thought this was, like, connected to an ad.
Top coin ops of September FOS figures courtesy of Replay magazine, based on an earnings opinion poll of operators. Best upright
Operation
videos
Wolf
1.
is tons of fun. It had
Driven by
2
a
sequels.
Charger 2.
I know of the one. I
Off-Road
didn't know it
by
had a
Wheeler
third one.
3. Crime Fighters by Konami 4. Operation Thunderbolt by Tato 5. Super Monaco GP by Sega 6. Chase HQ by Tato 7.
Oh wait.
Turbo
Oh,
Outrun
this is
by
the... Okay, never mind. I know what this is. I think this is... What is this? Okay, yeah, these are the top coin ops of September 1989? Okay. Okay, so number 10 is Bottom of the North by Konami? Bottom of the Ninth by Konami. Never heard of that. Presumably baseball? Operation Wolf Returns and Operation Wolf 3. I mean, no, I understand why people like Operation Wolf. I've just never really been a massive fan of it. It's a fine game. Cabal. Cabal's a fun game. Another fun rail shooter. Gang Wars by SNK. I've never heard of that one. Sounds very Warriors-esque. Strider by Capcom. Never been a fan of Strider at all. I do not like the floaty jumping of Strider. But, I understand I am in the minority. Strider is obviously the greatest game of all time, and I'm just wrong. Dynamite Ducks by... Oh, Dynamite Duke. Not Dynamite Ducks. There was a game called Dynamite Ducks. By FabTech. No idea who they are, but apparently they're the people who did Cabal. Ninja Gaiden by Tecmo. Play the NES version. The arcade version kind of sucks. Splatterhouse by Sharp. Really? Sharp. I guess they must be whoever distributed it in the West. But, yeah, Splatterhouse is definitely a Namco game. Arch Rivals by Bally Midway, the predecessor to NBA Jam. Parkour jumping? Oh yeah, Strider. Number 2 is Golden Axe by Sega. And then number 1 is WWF Superstars of American... Oh, by American Technos. Okay. Never played that one, but, Best coin-op software? Okay, so this one is... Oh, Best Uprights. And then I guess the other one is Cocktail Cabs? Or... Anyway, these are the best upright cabs. That's weird that they would, like, separate them based on, like, the configuration of the machine, but... Oh well. Number 10 upright machine is Outrun by Sega. I mean, fair enough, that's a classic. I'm not gonna argue with that. Mechanized Attack by SNK. Never heard of that one. Narc by Williams. Fuck yeah, Narc is a classic. Also called Ice Sim. Turbo Outrun by Sega, also a classic. Chase HQ by Taito, classic. Super Bonico GP by Sega, classic. Operation Thunderbolt. Oh, these are all racing games. Operation Thunderbolt by Taito. Oh no, wait, no. Operation Thunderbolt I think might be a shmup. Crime Fighters by Konami. Play Super Monaco? Let me look if I have it. If not, I'll play the Genesis version. Off-road. Not a huge fan of off-road personally, but I understand the appeal of it. And Hard Driving by Atari. I've heard the arcade version is better. Never really played it. It's kind of tough to emulate. Because, like, basically, like, it has a bunch of moving parts, all of which are analog. And MAME does not like analog. I'm gonna finish looking. Alright, this is top 5. Top 5 best new uprights. Alright. So number 5, Final Blow by Romstar. Never heard of it. Crime City by Taito. Never heard of it. Crackdown by Sega. Not really a huge fan. Tournament Cyberball 2072 by Atari. I don't think I've heard of that. And Willow by Capcom. That game is fantastic. Alright. Let me see if I have the arcade version of Super Monaco GP. If not, I'll play it on Genesis. I think the Genesis port is relatively faithful. I don't think I have many Sega arcade games, but we shall see. Super Burger Time. I didn't even know that existed. Super Hang On, maybe. No, I do have Super Hang On though. But I'll play the Genesis version of Monaco GP. I shouldn't say that. It's Super Monaco GP. Monaco GP is a totally different and completely unrelated game. Well, not completely unrelated, but it plays completely differently. Anyway. Let's play a bit of Monaco GP. These older magazines are kind of nice because I don't have to worry about downloading the games later. The files are so small that I probably already have them. I've never really played Monaco GP, or Super Monaco GP for that matter. Oh, it's first person? I didn't know that. hell was that? Was that the sound of it, like, changing gear? I think you press up to change gears, maybe? Yeah, you press up and down to go up and down a gear. Let's try that again. I guess that was enough to qualify, maybe? Oh, this game actually looks really good for, like, an early Genesis game. How do I go down a gear? Oh, so it's checkpoint rate based, so it is like. Oh no, maybe that's not gear up. Is that my turbo, I guess? You press up for turbo? I think that's how that works. Let's try that one more time. If this is how good the Genesis version is, the arcade version must be, like, mega sick. I guess it doesn't really penalize you for hitting other cars. That would kind of suck if it did, though. Especially considering it's, well, like a first person. I think this is Formula 1. No, Formula 1 I think is something totally different. Monaco GP is like a very specific thing. Where GP racing is very different from Formula 1, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Super Monaco GP. I'll have to look at what the arcade version is like. Probably very difficult to emulate because a lot of these arcade racing games were. Except Super Hang-On somehow. Super Hang-On I would have thought would be really difficult to emulate with, like, the moving car, the motorcycle that you would literally sit on. I've seen an actual Super Hang-On cab in real life. It's pretty neat. You like sit on like an actual motorcycle that rocks back and forth, and that's how you steer it. It's pretty cool. Hershey Park has one. Anyway, gaming news. I'll just read this real quick little blurb here, and then we'll finish it.
Sega gives cash to Pal Sega of America sponsored a fundraising. RDLAP 74 Video Gaphy Event Fanfy Weekends for 2, a mop 4th benefit of SIC Offshore Boat / Bow EU York Police Athletic Races, a trip to the US Lee, PAL. The Video Grand Prix Motorcycle Game Challenge featured championship at Laguna A. The new Genesis 16.
Wait, hang on. Need to read. I will say, the fact that I think this is a little bit more of a budget mag kind of works in its favor. Because I feel like that might be at least partially responsible for the fact that it's not, like, constantly, like, trying to overwhelm you with bright, flashy graphics and shit.
AI the Bengfif of /po EU York poi *ledic, t, pal. The video hashtag game challenge featured the new Genesis 16-bit game system and pitted PAL policemen against PAL kids in a high-tech baseball game. Competitors stepped up to the plate in the Genesis game Tommy Lasorda Baseball, but there were no real losers in this contest. Sega donated $50.
The only real loser was the
run
guy
scored.
who showed up with the
In a
Nintendo.
presentation ceremony, David Rosen, chairman of Sega of America, presented Donald Trump a check for $15,000 to benefit PAL. Among the top talent
Wait, I'm
present
sorry,
was
did I
Met
just hear-
infielder Dave Mogadan. The THRE Day video game event was held at several outdoor locations throughout Manhattan. Accolade sponsors 7 Sweepstakes. Accolade, with 4 racing games, is supporting its line of high-speed AR thrillers with a Life in the Fast Lane sweepstakes. Winners will receive fantasy weekends to witness racing events. Each winner will receive any one of the following.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is entirely what I heard. Okay, well. That aged well.
I. 7 Fant SY Weekends for 2, AIIFFC Offshore Boat % Races, a trip to the U.S. Grand Prix Motorcycle Championship at Laguna Seca Raceway in California, or a trip to one of the Formula One or IndyCar Grand Prix races held during 1990. The sweepstakes runs until March 15th. Entry forms will be found in computer magazine advertisements and at retail outlets. 3 winners will be selected in a random drawing on March 16th and announced on March 23rd. New versions of Flight Simulators. Velocity Development Corp announced a new version, V1.5, of their
Oh my
simulator
god,
jet
Flight
fighter
Simulator was
Adventure.
this old.
According to
They're still
Velocity
making Flight
spokesman
Simulator
Moses Mock,
games.
the new disc
I think
features
Microsoft
several
owns it now.
innovations that make the simulator easier to use. Jet Fighter now supports CGA, EGA, and VGA graphics, and it has a new system of generating external views to make flyers feel like they are really in the air. Pop-up menus can be used to reset sky color, plane model and other factors, even while in. Flight. A built-in help function and better documentation, coupled with a new joystick interface, make the plane easier to handle. Even landings on carriers are easier due to a special practice landing system to train pilots. If all else fails, Undo Crash gives gamers a second chance. In addition, there's a built-in antivirus capability that enables the program to resist viral infection, and a remote repair faculty is available.
What?
Program disk failed.
Flight Sim came with its own antivirus software? Fuck off!
Velocity is offering upgrades to owners of previous versions. For S information, call customer support at 312-397-6976.
And the irony is, like, there was like a version that came out like 10 years ago that basically came with its own that basically came with its own spyware to deter piracy.
Introduced in 1985. Version 2.0, for the IF Macintosh, has a bevy of new features, including digitized sound, improved flight characteristics, more realistic aircraft and control of enemy aircraft for dogfight training and bombing.
There was a flight sim for Mac. I would hate to see how that would render on the
explained that Fokker
like monochrome display. I don't even think the early Macs at that time could do grayscale. It was just literally black or white.
The speed range is slower, and this makes Fokker Triplane T easier for the user to control. Even Novice 1 Compu pilots can take off. Continued on page 18. And land, practice blasting an enemy and experiment with 3 kinds of bombing techniques. Owners of Fokker Triplane can update their discs for $15 with return of the program, which includes the newly updated and reprinted manual. Accolade tries RPG for spy lovers. Accolade, best known for its string of action arcade entertainments,
best known for
its
Bubsy.
first role-playing game, but with a theme that's far removed from the normal dungeon crawl. The company that made its reputation primarily with hard-hitting sports, sophisticated racing simulations and fast-paced joystick workouts, turned to the modern world of international espionage for its first venture into the RPC field. Designed by Carol and Yvonne Manley, who say they were inspired by Sydney Ace of Spice Riley, the third courier casts the player as Moondancer, a secret agent working for the free world. In Berlin,
Moondance? That sounds like a stripper, not a secret agent.
Plans stolen from NATO. Needless to say, the fate of the world rests in his hands. The heroic spy has a lot of resources. A link to CIA headquarters puts information online, and electronic aids such as a photo fax machine and various data displays provide the player with the facts he needs to solve the puzzle of the missing plans. According to Accolade's spokesman, Ralph Jufrey, the object is to do everything possible to obtain information, whether it be by threatening a suspect with one of the graphically detailed weapons in your arsenal or bribing someone.
Honestly, that does sound pretty cool, but yeah, old school CRPGs. With exceptions, I'm sure. Generally, we're just kind of super jank around this time.
Gamers custom tailor Moondancer by choosing his occupation, rumors background, NEC is Crete lifestyle and of the Turbo Education system, sim-level factors developed that influence you read T his spying already INTR abilities. On Revolutional Screen aids winter cons include menus, show and loss icons,
Wait, what?
Gamers, custom tailor 1G Moondancer by choosing his occupation, rumors background, NEC is CRE, F lifestyle and of the TERP education system. Sir D level factors developed that influence you read TI his spying already into abilities. On Revolution, or screen aids Winter COR include menus, show and LE or icons, compass there are buttons, have been D descent and secret PROJ ascent arrows the techno and a character chip menu information displays P, display. Job well, W initially shake up T available for industry, E the Apple IIGS, IBM PC, and IBM PC.
I don't think that ended up
compatibles.
happening,
The
not that I
graphics to
know
support
of.
EGA, CGA, MCGA and VGA, plus 16 color R10D.
I mean, NEC I'm sure made computers, but not one with the TurboGrafx.
Hints, tips, and answers is also available / from Accolade for spies who need a little help. Superman flies to USNE Intracorp has brought Superman.
Any Atari stuff so far? There was a Game Boy fan boy who was complaining about how positive they were about the Atari links. Hello, Jeremiah.
07
And Renee.
Designed by Subway Software and programmed in England by Tynesoft, it lets gamers take on the role of the Man of Steel, as he battles Darkseid.
Tynesoft Superman game? I don't know what the hell that is, but it's a Superman game, so I think we can assume the worst. I think it's fair to do so.
News FLAS NEC plans Blockbuster 2 rumors have hit VG and CE that Stan NEC is creating a portable version V of the TurboGrafx 16 game The One system, similar
that
to the
did
Atari
happen.
Lynx
It was
degree
called the
developed
Turbo
by
Express.
FX. By the time you read this, NEC will have already introduced the cart revolutionary product at the eWinter Consumer Electronics Scray Show in Las Vegas. Unit there are very few details that have been gathered about the Stan secret project, but NEC does have registered the technological resources in ad chip manufacturing.
Honestly, the Turbo,
job
the Turbo
well,
Express should have been way bigger.
Honestly,
the TurboGrafx should have been way bigger, but, you know, the US department kind of fumbled that quite hard.
Is on board. The dastardly Book of Deed can only be stopped ND by Superman. Available gamers have an arsenal spies of superpowers available for the fight, including telescopic and heat vision, super strength, and super, to US breath.
Super
Superman
jank,
is
more
not
like.
available for the IBM PC, and of Amiga and Atari ST for Rika under $39.95 and for the ELSO Commodore 64 for $29.95.
Oh, the Superman Commodore 64 game. That one was okay, I guess.
Title, David W. Wolf, Secret Agent, 2 introduces 2 new systems of play controls that,
yeah, they
according
chose
to
some
company
idiotic
Google's
games to
Google
bring over. They
greatly
packaged
simplify
it in
zero
with
the
Heat
action,
Current of
increase
all things.
interactivity, and make the game more accessible to the mass market. The VCR interface is a pop-up menu that gives the player more joystick control. Among its other features, assigned by scene skip lets players skip into different parts of the gland by story, and the player may take also fast forward or change man of difficulty levels at any time.
Is this
Dark
like
Side
some
Smart
Action
Start
Max
is
shit? But like they wanted... What is that? Like, it's like a Laserdisc game, but it's on VHS, so you have to do all the work? I mean, okay, fine, if you're a fan of Keith Courage, that's not the game that you should be packaging the system with. Like, package it with fucking literally anything else. Wasn't there a version of, like, Dragon's Trap or something for the PC Engine? Package it with that. That's like, way better at being a Mario killer than Keith fucking Courage. Dragon Spear? Yeah, there you go. That's probably better. I don't know if I've played Dragon. Or how about, like, Legendary
Buster
Axe?
T6-16 portable standing with their Game Boy.
Yeah, Legendary
GNCE
Axe.
has managed to find out the following tidbits. Sent at
Yeah, we
registry
were
as
thinking
yet
the same
unnamed,
thing,
an
same
unpriced
brain
modular
cell.
system will accept standard TurboGrafx 16 cartridges. Registered in addition to its built-in screen, an adapter will allow the unit to output to a standard IT television, much the same as a standalone game console. VE registered another optional device will add the capability of converting the system into a portable TV receiver. When more details become available,
That did
the
end
whole
up
story
happening.
will appear in a future issue of VG and CE. Forest as a hardware intelligent Y-Duo system. It detects what T with hardware is present when Werner the game starts, then daily automatically selects the PPED proper graphics and sound modes for that equipment. Arsenal Jeff Tunnell, president of Label Dynamics, explained what it's all about. These/Asian systems provide the player upper with an amazing array of gameplay controls and PC automate the process of for software installation. People won't have to struggle with 29.95 hardware to get our products to run, and they won't have to wade through Lucy's 50 hours of linear game-istom play to see a story's VID ending. He went on to discuss the VCR interface. It actually lets the player roles determine the story that they experience by giving simplify them control over when they enter into the story and see how difficult the interaction LE2 will be. David
Honestly, I've not really
Secret
played
Agent
much of
Visa
Peach
casts the
Courage.
player
I
as
always
a
just kind of heard it was a bit
American
jank.
spy. Described as Control, an interactive movie for IBM Yours, of PC systems. It uses live skip actors, sets, and costumes to create an adventure told through interactive change storytelling and arcade time.
Or better yet,
Simulations
Bonk.
that feature
Like,
crib
package it with
gliding,
Bonk.
auto
That's...
chases,
Bonk would have been a
VG&CE
great
*
Mario killer.
February 1990.
And it kind of should have been. Like, that's what, like, NEC of Japan was, like, kind of trying to position as their Mario killer. Why didn't... Actually, to be fair, I think eventually, even, like, NEC of America did, like, package... I don't know, was Bonk ever packaged with the PC, or with the TurboGrafx 16? Because, like, that, like, realistically should have been the easy choice for the... That should have been, like, the easy choice for the Mario killer. Oh, it came out the next year, I guess. But I don't know. Like, once Bonk's Adventure came out, that should have been, like... You know how, like, the Genesis launched with Altered Beast, and then immediately Sega, once, like, Sonic the Hedgehog came out, they were like, yeah, let's get rid of this jank-ass Altered Beast and replace it with something that people might actually want to play. And that made all the difference. Yeah, all the Bonk games are great. You like Altered Beast? Okay, but that game is jank as fuck. You have to admit that.
In San Francisco quake, the October 17th Bay Area earthquake caused the deaths of 2 employees of Mac User magazine. John J. Anderson and Derek Van Alstyne had just left the / offices of a San Francisco software publisher and one returned to their car. The J-quake occurred at 5:04 p.m., causing the wall of a building to collapse on their vehicle, killing the 2 men instantly in a tragedy that also claimed 3 other lives.
First we're reminded about Donald Trump
Anderson,
and then this.
33, was well
Hello,
known in
Nintendo.
circles and seen at many trade shows.
Well, first we're reminded about Donald Trump, then we're reminded about Altered Beast, and now we're reminded about this.
Anderson was the director of Mac User's Media Labs. John had held editorial positions at Mac User, Creative Computing, Computer Shopper, MacWeek, PC Magazine and other publications. Author of over 100 articles, John was also known as an innovator in online database and CD-ROM projects. John is survived by his wife, Lauren, and 2 children, Peter and Catherine. Derek Van Alstyne, 22, had joined the staff of Mac User only a month before the tragedy. He had previously worked for MacGuide in Denver, Colorado.
None of this would have happened if he had been a
database
PC
development for
user.
that magazine and had moved
You
to the
hate to
Bay
see
Area
it.
just weeks before. Van Alstyne was involved in the development of MacGuide USA, a Macintosh computer product database and one of the first commercial CD-ROM titles. He is survived by his 17 mother, Jean Lefevre, G.
He is survived by his mother.
And his grandmother, Clara Taskett. A trust fund has been established for the Anderson children. Donations should go to the Anderson Trust Fund, C/02 Nancy Woods, Human Resource Department, 1 Park Ave, New York, New York, 10016. A memorial triathlon
I'm
fund
almost
has been
positive
established
that
in Van
address.
Alstyne's
Do
name
not
by
give
his high
money to
school.
that address
Send
now.
contributions to Ms. Jeanette Marchant, Webster High School, 800, 5 Mile Line Road, Webster, New York, 14580. Our Top Score Software of Townsend, Massachusetts, has a line of poker software for IBM PC and compatibles, Vegas Johnny's Dealer's T-Choice, Vegas Johnny's Hold-'em Poker and Vegas Johnny's Draw Poker. All 3 programs feature
Strip poker?
EATTLLL0L111 Raft E11 Tel EIRE PPP Printel WWM online betting advice, odds, and statistical summaries and rules to be selected by the user, including number of opponents, level, betting limits and play speed. They
Agree bonus.
Era can be played with keyboard or mouse. These programs are ideal for beginning or casual poker players who want to learn how to play better and have fun doing it, explained John Comoke of Top Score.
I mean, fair enough. There were a ton of like shitty poker programs on like early computers. I guess if this one kind of teaches you how to play, that puts it a little bit above the rest.
High, low, int, high only and low only. It zero retails for $44.95. Tur. V.JS Hold-'em Poker is the game used in Las Vegas each year for the World Championship Tournament. It sells for $17.95.
$17? $18 was actually...
featured game TS, described as perfect for the more casual player.
PC software was so
Available
much
for
cheaper than like console shit.
$9.95 direct from Top Score Software at 50.
The easy reason for that is because it was cheaper to manufacture discs or tapes or whatever than cartridges.
Howard Lincoln unveiled an interesting set of facts and figures to the Software Publishers Association members at a recent meeting held in Montreal, Canada. The market information answered many questions and reveals changing trends in NES players. According to the figures provided by Mr. Lincoln, Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda have accounted for $260 million in sales. The statistics also reveal that in the United States the average NES owner has 5 games, in contrast to Japan, where the average Famicom owner has 10 cards. The age breakdown of Nintendo owners indicates that NESers are primarily a DS young group, but older folks are getting into the fun also. By 70% of all Nintendo Entertainment Inc. systems are owned by persons under 18 years of
What people over 18 playing Nintendo games? How dare they?
Age. 60% are in the 6 to 14 range. The remaining 30% are owned by players over age 18. The most significant statistic was a contrast between 1985, when 91% of all Nessetters were male and only 9% female.
I'm actually surprised the number was that high
males
in
accounted for
1990.
only 67% and female players increased to 33% of all owners.
Shit, really?
Sweepstakes winner chosen. Spectrum Hollow Byte chose the first winner in
How
their
is it
drive
that,
event
like,
through the streets of San
women
Francisco Sweepstakes, a random
accounted
drawing.
for 33% of sales, and yet we've only ever worked out how to accommodate to them, like, now.
Valued at $2,000. Among the treats enjoyed by the Venegases was a chance to drive a red Corvette on their tour of the city. Spectrum Hollow Bytes Bet. Sweepstakes selected 5 winners, at the rate of 1 per month, from product registration cards returned by purchasers of the game. Each winner was gifted with a 3-night stay at the Holiday Inn on Fisherman's Wharf, plus the use of the car that inspired the street racing simulation. Dad's Monopolize Games says VID Game Survey in a poll of players conducted recently
Dad's
by
Monopolize
Konami,
golfing
kids
and fishing
reported that
games,
their parents
for
were
sure.
playing video games more than ever before. In fact, some gamers report that mom and dad are so fond of video gaming that they forget to take turns with the kids. The young Nessetters questioned by Konami report that their parents' favorite play hours are after.
Yeah, I knew that Gran Turismo 4 used pressure sensitivity. Gran Turismo 3, I think, as well, too. Which means modern controllers can't play it properly. Oh, I think, like, modern PlayStation controllers still have, like, analog sensitivity, but yeah. There weren't many games that utilized it, but Gran Turismo always kind of did. Do not attempt this mission until the choppers are overhead. What is this advertising?
Not doing your homework could be a mistake. Every move you make could jeopardize your fellow rescuers, and those held captive.
DualShock 4 doesn't have it?
Rescue,
Oh.
The embassy mission.
I think the PlayStation
Asterisk
3
action
did,
comes
but I guess they
back
got rid of it in
furious.
DualShock 4.
Achievement
Again,
has
because,
fingered
like,
enemy
basically
gunmen.
no game supported it, apart from
LDS down the sheer face of the
occasional
embassy.
some racing
If you
games.
survive that, don't get cocky. You've still got to outmaneuver and outthink your opponents inside and mastermind the escape. There are 15 levels of difficulty, from ILP mission to wickedly fast Jupiter Mission 3 SY delivered in bold strokes, with super high quality graphics and animation. Rescue,
And then they added like a
embassy
whole bunch of
mission,
other shit to the
brain power
DS4
slashes
that
as
nobody
important as
needed, like
firepower.
that
7-4.
touchpad and the giant LED at the back that drains all your battery. Like, it's funny they got rid of that and then replaced it with so much other bullshit that nobody else needs. Like, putting a speaker in the controller and a giant-ass, like I said, a giant-ass LED at the back that drains all your battery. If you buy, like, legit PS4 controllers, their battery is shit. And it's all because of that weird power strip or whatever the hell they call it. PlayStation 5 controllers kind of have that too, except from what I understand, with the PlayStation 5, they kind of, like, cut that power strip, like, back a little bit so it's not as visible. So, like, I don't think it drains as much battery, but I don't own a PS5, so I can't comment on that. Hello, Cerulean. Although the gyro works great for House of the Dead Overkill. Oh, cool. Although the PS3 also had, they called it 6-axis, but yeah, it's basically gyro. DualShock 5 is like $30 to $40 there. That's actually not too bad, but especially considering like most controllers here are like $80 now. You weren't a fan of the DualShock 5? I've never used one. I assumed it was mostly just the same as all the other ones. That's kind of the thing that, you know, you kind of love or hate about Sony is really ever since, like, the first DualShock controller, all the controllers have kind of been exactly the same. Which, honestly, I don't really like the PlayStation layout. I don't like that broken up D-pad thing that they have, and I think it kind of depends on, like, the type of game, but I think, like, the layout works best for, like, kind of more 2D retro-style games, but for, like, 3D games, having the thumbsticks that close together, I don't know.
Overwhelmingly, the youngsters claim to be better players than their parents, which is probably the reason that the parents don't brag about their scores, according to their offspring. Over half the kids say that their parents ask them for hints and tips. Unfortunately, fewer than half the youngsters are willing to tell them how to get better scores. The kids are also ambivalent about parents' participation.
Yeah, they're like, well, I guess
family
everything's
fun.
cheaper in the
Even
Philippines.
more claim the parents hog it up and cannot play for a while. The poll of youngsters substantiates figures from other sources. Industry experts estimate that adults now represent 44% of the players, an increase of 15% in the last year. According to Emil Heidkamp, Senior Vice President of Konami's Consumer
The Vita's
Division,
D-pad was
number
good.
of grown-up gamers is
Was
causing
godly.
designers to up the level
Didn't
of
it use the
strategy
clicky buttons,
necessary to
though? That
advance,
sucks.
so that the games will be more rewarding for adult players. Virgin Mastertronic will have you seeing spots. Virgin Mastertronic, Europe's largest distributor of entertainment software and best known for their recreations of board games like Monopoly, Clue, and Risk, will soon introduce an interesting computerized board game called Spot. What makes
I don't
this
know.
product more interesting
I don't
than most
own a
is that the
Vita,
main
but I don't
character
think
is
I
the
would
Spot
like how
from
it
the
would
popular
control.
7
I don't like
soda
clicky
commercials.
buttons.
The game, which has
They usually just, like, dig into my thumb and don't have as much travel and are less responsive. Like, I'm thinking, like, the Switch controllers and the fucking awful 3DS controller. I hate that. Really, like, any portable Nintendo controller post Game Boy Advance, except for the DS Lite, that had a really good
for over
controller.
a year, can be played by up to 4 players, in any computer/human combination. The highly OL
I hate clicky arcade sticks too. No, because they have travel.
Devils are then manipulated around a 7x1 7-inch board in an effort to get as many of them in your color as possible. Each time a move is decided on, an associated animation takes the spot to
Yeah,
be played.
Xbox clicky button, or the clicky D-pad on the Xbox isn't too bad.
Mastertronic relate to VG and CE that the ties to
I would
7-Up
prefer it
came in
not be
an odd way.
clicky, but
The
it's
game was
not
first
bad.
submitted to the game manufacturer, under the name Infection, a title that they didn't feel would be good
No, there's a
marketing
difference
wise.
between clicky
When they
joysticks and
discussed the
clicky
game's
D-pads
specs,
and buttons.
particularly the 7x7-inch grid, a comment was made that the board's layout was a 7-up. The idea then materialized to see if 7-Up would be interested in licensing their Spot character as the game's pieces, a move that was
It all just comes
well-received
down
by
to
the seller.
lack of travel, and it digs
7-Up
into your
then
thumb.
released
Like,
a
I've literally
profile of
gotten,
how the
like,
Spot should behave,
blisters
and
on my
work began on
fingers
adapting
using
the
a
game.
3DS control pad.
Spot will be available on a wide variety of systems, appearing first on the IBM PC in the first quarter of 1990 under the Virgin Games label. A new group of titles
Same with,
that
like, the
includes
Switch controllers. Or the Joy-Cons. Switch Pro controller, on the other hand, in my opinion, is the best controller ever made. I think the only thing that I wish is that I wish they made the D-pad a little bit bigger. But otherwise, that's like the only thing I would change about the Switch Pro controller. Don't know about the Switch 2 Pro controller.
Double
My
Dragon
understanding
Hill
is
and
it's
New York
basically the
Warriors.
same, except they added a
After the
button and
IBM
charged
New York
$20
version,
more.
It will come out in the arcades under the Leland umbrella, in March on low 77 yen low lore or April, on the Amiga, STY, and C64, in the second quarter, then finally as Anur Arcadia Systems Incorporated NE product for the Nintendo Entertainment System and SS Game Boy, in the third quarter. Is Suncom Technologies, long known for their line of high-quality computer accessories, has introduced a pair of products for NES users. The mothership is built as a Nintendo D controller enhancer. The Nintendo control pad slips H into the base of the mother LE ship, thus transforming the S-pad into a joystick with an aircraft-style grip.
Oh,
It
that
has a
sounds
fire
like
button and
shit!
sliding switch that
So it's a
allows gamers
mold
to
that you
move
put the
quickly
NES
between
controller in. It's not a
functions.
real
Or the
joystick, it's just a
player can
plastic
set it.
mold. Fuck off. Not a fan of the D-pad on the Pro controller. Fell way off in that regard. Like, I mean, the D-pad is fine. I just wish it was a little bit bigger. But no, like, for all of my streams for the past, like, 2 or so years, I've basically... Well, not all of my streams. I'd say, like, for the past, like, year or two, I've pretty much consistently used the Switch Pro controller for my streams.
Switch halfway to perform both functions at once by pressing the top fire button. It's available for $13.99. Suncom also has 2 roll-top storage units for NES game cards. Docking Bay 10 holds 10 games and retails for $12.99, while Docking Bay 20 holds 20 cartridges and retails for $24.99. Both units are color coordinated to go with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Cow has Pipe Dreams. Cow currently has a bonus for disc buyers. Specially marked 10 packs T of Cow diskettes hold a free sample of Lucasfilm Games' new strategy game, Pipe Dreams. The special edition of the game is packed on
Pipe Dream is not a
available
strategy
to
game,
computer
it's a
and office
puzzle
supply
game.
stores
I guess
while
puzzle
supplies
games were just
last.
interchangeable with
The Lucasfilm
strategy
Strategic
games
of
back
Challenger
then.
requires gamers to build a conduit from
Also, it's
various
kind of
pieces
interesting
pipe
that,
that
like,
appear in random order.
We didn't
The
really
1 or 2 player
know
head
for
contest has
sure if the
36
term
levels.
gamer was going to
The game
stick,
ends
so
when
I've
the clone
heard,
computer
like,
fails to
multiple,
connect the
like,
pipe in time to keep the chemical
early
food
magazines
effects
refer to them as
fluids
gamesters.
off the
There was that
floor.
one,
ER
I think it was like a
samples of the game are
ColecoVision or an
packed in boxes of
Intellivision ad
5.25, 1 IBM
that tried to
disc,
say this was the
3.5
perfect console
PS/2
for the
discs,
professional
and 3.5
gamesman.
Macintosh discs. NG The complete version is 5 available from Lucasfilm for IBM, Macintosh, or Commodore 64, Amiga and Atari
Pro controller is
ST
very
computers.
stiff in your opinion, not like the NES, SNES D-pads. Yeah, I guess you're right. Your favorite D-pad is DualShock 2? I do not like the Sony style of D-pads. I don't understand why they feel like breaking the D-pad up is a good idea. And I guess Sony fans just support that idea because they've never changed to that. Like, come on, like, okay, here's the thing. Nintendo, I understand why D-pads strayed from the Nintendo design initially because Nintendo had a patent on that. That patent expired like 11 years ago. Just use the Nintendo design. It's objectively better. Nintendo, the cross-shaped D-pad design is objectively better. Everyone else, just get on that. That is how you're supposed to do a D-pad. Yeah, I mean, like, they all have, like, a central pivot, except for, like, the really shitty... Like, I've seen, like, some really shitty, like, third-party D-pads that don't have a central pivot. Those always suck, but... I'm not, like, a massive fan of the circular D-pads. Like, that's the thing, like, Sega D-pads would be good, but, like, definitely with fighting games, I've found, like, I've tried playing Mortal Kombat on the Sega Genesis, and a lot of times I'll be pressing left or right, and the character will just jump. Honestly, that's kind of a thing that happens in general with fighting games, but I remember that being a particularly big issue on the Genesis controller. But I like the Genesis controller. It's a good shape, it's plenty big. Also, the Steam Deck is a good controller. Although it's not built the best, I will say. Like, I've had some issues with, like, the Steam Deck built-in controller. I don't know how, like, the actual Steam controllers are. They look okay, but I don't know. You prefer Sega's D-pads? I don't like that. I'll say this, though. A really good D-pad design that, like, just kind of immediately got abandoned is the Nomad. I think there might have been, like, some early Saturn controllers that used a similar design, but the Nomad was, like... I think I've shown a picture of it before, but if you've never seen the Sega Nomad, Google the Sega Nomad and take a look at the D-pad. It's basically, it's a circular design, but it's not like a cross shape. It's like a little indent that your finger just kind of comfortably rests in. And it's honestly really comfortable. And I'm really sad that nobody has copied the Nomad design. Honestly, the Nomad might have just had, like, one of the most comfortable, and especially considering, like, console was relatively big. In general, I thought it was very comfortable. I think, like I said, I think there might have been some, like, the early versions of the Saturn controller had a similar D-pad. I've never actually, like, I don't own a Saturn, I've never played on a Saturn. I can't speak to how good the Saturn controllers are, but they look pretty good. Honestly, another really good controller that everyone hates, but in my opinion is one of the best, just period, is the original Xbox controller. Not like the revised one that they released like a couple of years later. I mean the Duke controller. I love the fact that it's big because, I mean, I have bigger hands, so I like that it's bigger. And also, I really like the D-pad on it. Because, again, it's just kind of, it's not really like a cross shape, it's just like a little indent that your finger just kind of comfortably fits into. And also, it has, like, really, like, giant triggers at the back. It has, like, a 6-button Genesis layout, which I think it was maybe the last controller ever to have that. I actually have a Hyperkin reproduction of it that plugs into a USB, and it's really good. I mean, that reproduction is kind of a cheap piece of shit, but it was good while it worked. Yeah, big Western hands, exactly. I love the Duke controller. In my opinion, it's basically the Duke controller is just kind of like the Sega Saturn controller, but with twin sticks. And way bigger.
Switch halfway to perform both functions at once by pressing the top fire button. It's available for $13.99. Suncom also has 2 roll-top storage units for
Yeah,
game parts.
well, it's
Docking
built
bay
well,
holds 10
but
games. And
like I
retails
eventually
for
just kind of started having problems with like the
while docking
thumbstick
bay
kind
20
of
holds 20
like it
cartridges
started
and retails for
squeaking.
$24.99.
It still works, I guess.
Both
If I
units
ever
are
need
color-coordinated
to,
go with
if
the
my Switch
Nintendo
Pro controller ever
Entertainment
breaks,
System.
I could just use that
Cow has
Hyperkin
Pipe Dreams.
repro.
Cow currently has a bonus for disc buyers. Specially marked 10 packs of Cow diskettes hold a
All right,
free sample of
Intellivision.
Lucasfilm Games' new
Hey,
strategy
Intellivision
game,
fans,
Pipe Dreams.
stand
A
up,
special
salute
edition
to your
of the game
national
is packed on a
anthem.
free 11th disc, available in computer and office supply stores while supplies last. The Lucasfilm Strategic Eye
No
Challenger
time for
requires
Sega.
gamers to build a conduit from various pieces of pipe that appear in random order.
Mad Cats did some
1 or 2 player
okay.
D contest has 36 levels.
Mad
The
Cats
game
did some
ends when the
okay
plumber
controllers
computer fails to
occasionally.
connect the pipe in time to keep the chemical fluid flows off the floor. Our samples of the game are e-packed in boxes of 5.25 IBM discs, 3.5 PS/2 discs and 3.5 Macintosh discs. The complete version is available from Lucasfilm for IBM, Macintosh, our Commodore 64,
Smaller
Amiga,
6-button
and Atari
controllers?
ST
I didn't know there
computers.
were smaller ones.
How could you put me in this position? I really miss my Intellivision, and now I'm bleeding.
And now I'm bleeding!
I really want my
I wasn't even paying attention to what it was saying in the magazine. I was just bleeding from this incision!
I miss your control.
God, the Intellivision is good. You know what else is good? The TurboGrafx 16.
Nothing to
And probably whatever the fuck this is.
I won't leave my house. I'm in hibernation. A loneliness I understand. And so I sit here without ambition. I really need my Intellivision. I cannot stand it.
The Japanese 6-button controller is much smaller than the American version. I did not know that. Slamming! Oh no. Blazing action. Solid adventure.
I want my
Intellivision.
I
want my Intellivision. Why is there no Intellivision ads?
Intellivision.
I don't care about Jalico or Jalico or
I want my
however you say that.
Intellivision.
I want my Intellivision. There's no Jalico or Jalico on Intellivision.
I want my Intellivision. I want my Intellivision. And so I swear by my own volition, I'm going to find
It's projection, but people... I don't even know what are you talking about, Game Gear?
I'm on a quest now.
I'm on a mission!
I have to have my
Extra innings. Is this bases loaded, I guess?
I miss the touch of your keypad, the curve of your disc,
Firing your missiles,
Oh, Mobile Legends. Okay.
launching your ships, battling robots.
System, $43.95. Ratings, the NES library is
I
CRM
want
loaded
my
with sports
television.
relat sound / music 6 Aries, ed games.
Again,
Some of the 5 more popular sports are playability 7 REI represented by more than one title, for exam registered PLE. There are currently
My mother
i6
sold
baseball
mine in
games
garage
available
sale.
from as many different manufacturers.
Oh, if only they knew about
At
how
least
many
2 more on the way.
fucking.
Vic Tokai's latest entry, their first sports title, is the 4th NES basketball cartridge.
All Pro
All
Basketball.
Pro Basketball takes a realistic,
If only they knew about
approach
all
to
the
game.
baseball games in
It features
Japan.
true 5-on-5 playing action in a league of 8 fictitious teams. In addition to the usual player versus computer and player versus player modes, there's a neat 2 players versus computer option and a watch mode that poly allows you to watch the compute phi CLLPER play against itself. When Chal LEFF belonging the computer, either WM alone or with a friend, you can participate in a tournament with the hopes of advancing to the championship. The computer keeps track of your team's statistics and issues a continue password upon completion of each tournament game. Perhaps most interesting is the ability to substitute players in mid-game. When you see a player starting to slow down and miss simple shots, you can send him to the bench for
That's
a
an
rest.
interesting mechanic.
After a while, his energy will be restored, and he'll be ready for more action. The player substitution screen is nice. You get to see each team member's name and energy level, and the faces of some players are also on view. Some of these guys look familiar. In fact, one player bears an uncanny resemblance to Mick Jagger. Each player has
Any
different
good
strengths, and each
baseball
team seems to
anime that anyone knows
specialize in
about?
one area or another.
I'm
Though
not the right
All-Pro
person to ask about
basketball
that.
adheres
Game Gear,
tied
go.
closely to official NBA protocol, there are certain exceptions. For example, black copyright goaltending violations are ignored, and it's physically impossible for a player to go out of bounds. Actually, these quirks plus are welcome, they make a complicated registered game somewhat simpler. The programmers of All Pro Basketball and have made a conscious effort to avoid the 3 cartoon appearance of many of the ear-pound liar NES sports simulations, and this is almost apparent in the slam dunk copyright sequences. There are similar close-ups in 28.
Is this Heavy Nova music? Heavy Nova's a shit game, but it does have good music.
Two of the other NES basketball games, but they've been improved upon tremendously here. When your player goes up for a dunk, the screen switches to a huge, finely detailed, full-color shot of your attempt to slam it home. A variation on this sequence is seen when one of your opponents is close enough to block the shot, both of you soar up to the rim, and an arm in your face will frequently send you both scrambling for the rebound. On the negative side, this game features one of the strangest playing fields
You got
I've
ice
ever
cream,
seen.
GG's Wolf.
The court is shown
The
vertically,
ice cream saga
with your
has
goal at
been
the top of the
successfully
display.
concluded.
However, when your opponent gets possession and crosses the half-court line, the stadium momentarily fades to black and the player is left alone on screen with the ball. When the lights come back on, the entire court has been rotated 180 degrees, and your opponent's basket has replaced yours at the top of the screen. If you bring the ball back, the switch occurs again in reverse, and your half of the court is returned to an upright position. It's like shooting hoops in the Twilight Zone. The same thing occurs if you
Yeah, I don't
pass
know
to a
how I feel
teammate
about
who's on
that.
the other side of the line. The ball itself
guys are
hangs
just
there alone in
constantly
mid-flight
switching
with
sides.
darkness
I
all
feel like that
around,
would be really
and you might be
disorienting.
tempted to dig out your old geometry textbooks to help you figure out where it's going to be headed when it starts moving again. It's possible to get used to this system, even take it for granted, but I'm afraid some gamers might never get the hang of it. Also, you are not
Yeah,
allowed
I'm not
to
sure
make
how I
player
feel about that
substitutions
idea.
until the brief period after you've committed a foul. Why
I think
can't
there's a
do this
reason
while
nobody
the game
uses
is
that
paused? I
system
found myself
anymore.
intentionally throwing the ball out roam of downs, just to be able BS memes to rid myself of a rundown slowpoke whose SBE 273 dragging the team down with him. My personal Nintendo advisory board, a pair of 14-year-olds, really liked /NE All-Pro Basketball, ESP. A Chaly in the 2 players 5 versus computer mode. It was great, they said, to be able to work together against a common enemy rather than against each other. They had a tough time beating the computer, which made the game frustrating, but apparently not so much so that it deterred them from trying again and again and again. They also liked the post-game sports VG and CE * February 1990.
But yeah, like this is a good style of review. I think like just about every magazine that we've covered has handled reviews better than EGM. And there's the score. Sound and music gets a 6. Graphics get a 7. Playability gets a 7. And overall it gets a 7. I think that's fair. Never played the game, but that sounds about right, based on what they've explained. Got some more in television jams. I approve. Actually, wait, what game is this?
EC *AENE equals me NSNDTRSC LER equals AL copyright EY drab 24 equals A powerful crime NEP equals SHIER syndicate has taken SAWWWAAA THA over large areas of RRN equals I major cities turning.
I'll just read it myself. Oh, Crime Wave. Yeah, I've never heard of this game.
Report, in which All Sports High newscaster Tracy appears 5ID on screen to comment on the game, the team's progress and the head coach's emotional state.
Baseball. Okay.
I've been trying to review this game without speaking in relative terms, but it seems unfair not to provide a comparison with Konami's Double Dribble, the yardstick against which all NES 5-on-5 basketball reg games must currently be EERE measured. All Pro Basketball has several features or that its predecessor lacks, but the converse is also true, and many of the features common to both games are simply better in the Konami original. My 14-year-old pals surprised me when they both said
this is a different
game to Double Dribble,
one now.
a game they've each owned
We're
for
now on
nearly 2
Baseball
years.
Simulator
Upon
1000.
reflection, however, they added that their enthusiasm about the newness of a different basketball title may have influenced their decision.
Contrary to its
they
name,
might
I think
feel
that's actually
differently
Future
after some of
Baseball.
that excitement has died down.
It's like
Personally,
baseball
I think
robots.
Double Dribble is a better
essentially.
vibe, but Big Tokai has a good, solid game here, and it deserves to be judged on its own merits. If you own Double Dribble, you probably don't need to buy All Pro Basketball, unless you're a basketball nut or your NES budget is larger than most. If not, then All Pro Basketball is certainly worth a look. Chris Bieniek Vic Tokai Incorporated, Torrance Tech Park, 370 Amapola Avenue Suite 104 Torrance, California, 90501, 213-326-8880. Baseball Simulator 1.000 Culture Brain for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Alright, time to get your brains cultured.
$49.99, along with the numerous Super Mario Bros. Clones, Legend of Zelda lookalikes and martial arts play-alikes. The next frequently overdone game theme on the NES has to be America's favorite pastime, baseball. It seems as if every third-party company has a baseball video game to its name. One such company that has recently gone up to bat with its own version, called Baseball Simulator 1.000, is Culture Brain. Don't be fooled by the name, though. Simulator is somewhat of a 30.
Okay, reading that column is going to be a mess, but we'll watch it try.
Misnomer when used to of, describe this sports game, but what sets Baseball Simulator 1.000 apart from other computer bulletin ML baseball games is how it equals an unlike conventional, real PE life baseball it is. The first noticeable thing about Baseball Simulator 1.000 is its immense number of game features. There are 3 fictitious baseball leagues to choose from, each one consisting of 6 teams. Each of the 18 teams' players has his own statusy ticks, showing batting and pitching averages. The team lineup can be rotated or altered to your whim either before or during game time. If you don't care for the 3 leagues presented, you can build your own. Don't prefer any of the teams listed?
Yeah,
Then put
Baseball
together a
Simulator
dream team of your
1000.
own. What if you don't
Obviously,
like the
never really
players
played
themselves?
it. I'm not super
No
into
problem,
baseball
just
games,
create
but it
your
does
own
look
on-field
kind of cool.
entities.
If you're into
Everything,
baseball
from what your
games,
ball
it is
player's
an
name is to
extremely
whether he bats and
customizable
throws
one.
lefty or righty, is up to you.
Especially
This
for its
particularly
time.
useful function allows you to make players based on the records of real ball players. Thus, you can have your little league team go up ratings against the Red Sox. Sound/Music 6. Another unique via graphics FL Tour of Baseball Simula playability. FL Tour 1.000 is its ability to overall PL save game results onto the game pack itself. For even after you have shut off your NES, the data is safely stored in the cartridge's memory.
This has the
Thanks to a
exact same
built-in battery.
stats as the
This
other
memory-saving
baseball game,
function
by the way.
operates exactly like Legend of
So
Zelda's
6,
Die and comes in
7,
handy for
7.
informal tournament play among friends. You can pick 6 different baseball fields to play on. There are the usual places, such as in Team 70A on enclosed stadium, to the AGUE unusual, like fields set out docks. Trademark K in the middle of the ocean equals AGUE and outer space. Natural 248 equals SD Lee. Different fields affect FS the game in different B equals ways. Players move faster or slower, depending on the kind of traction the ground surface provides. Fields that are physically smaller in size will allow for the likelihood of more home runs than a larger field. VGNCE * February 1990.
I guess I don't really like how all the reviews are just kind of like the beginning of one review just spills onto the end of the page of the other. That's kind of sloppy design, but otherwise, the actual content of the reviews is pretty good. Tells you all you need to know about them. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, like
The
the
really unusual part.
especially for a
Players of the
sports
third
game,
league,
you would
the
not
Ultra League, have superpowers.
not
Yes,
necessarily
that's right,
expect that
superpowers.
from like a
Pitchers
baseball
can
game,
throw balls
especially
that
at
will
that
freeze in
point.
midair, burst into flames, or scatter three
Even
in
a
all
lot of
directions.
RPGs.
Batters can whack a
Well,
ball into the air
Dragon-
that will scramble its shadow upon descent, thus confusing the other team's attempt to catch
Well,
it.
like Dragon
knock
Quest
over players in
originally
its
didn't
path,
even have a
explode
battery
like a bomb,
backup.
or
It's
cause
only
a
when they
temporary
released
earthquake
it in
upon
the
hitting
US
the
they got
ground.
rid of that weird password
Imagine
system that
characters
didn't work
from Marvel or
properly.
DC
Apparently,
Comics
I've
playing
heard.
baseball with the advantage of their superhuman powers. That's what you get with Baseball Simulator 1.000. Unfortunately, the one important thing that sets Baseball Simulator 1.000 back from other titles is its graphics. The pitching, batting, and other on-field screens look simplistic. When the ball is in play, the ball players scramble across the field starty like munchkins. The over EB so and all graphics aren't necessarily terrible, mind you. In fact, they have a slight improved resemblance to Tension's RBL base M, CHUK ball. But by today's Stan IU darts and compared to SFTA other, new baseball games available for the use.
Also, the
feature
screenshots they're
Baseball
using are
Simulator
pretty
does no
iffy. It's
1.000
definitely like they
just looks downright
clearly didn't
pretty.
have the money that
There
like
are
the
those
big
who
boys
might not need a
had, so
baseball
like
video game with all the features Baseball Simulator 1.000
they had to like take
has
pictures
or who would
of the
like one that
TV
indeed
while they were
qualifies as a
playing, and they
real-life
aren't
simulator
particularly
in
great
respect to both
pictures.
gameplay and graphics. Choosing a baseball game for your NES has become akin to buying a car. And just as not one car is right for everybody, Baseball Simulator 1.000 is by no means perfect for all video gamers. Usually, when deciding upon a car to purchase, you test drive vehicles you might like to own. The same should be done nowadays when selecting a video baseball game. Baseball Simulator 1.000 is definitely a title that deserves consideration by anyone looking for that just right rendition of America's favorite pastime. Howard H. Wen.
This one is Double Dragon 2: The Revenge. The claim, so it's the NES one, presumably. I have not played much of Double Dragon 2. I've heard it's better than the first Double Dragon. Honestly, I'm just not really a huge fan of the Double Dragon series in general. I understand that it's like, you know, the first beat 'em up, and it kind of gets credit for that, and it should, but I don't know. Like, going back to any of the Double Dragon games, they're all just kind of jank. I'd buy Arus.
If at first you succeed, do a sequel. This seems to have been the motto of movie makers and, more recently, of game makers. Double Dragon IL is the sequel to Double Dragon. It retains the ratings, strong points of the Orig Summers Inal, but improves on its graphics in many ways. It is, to playability my way of thinking, a very successful sequel. In Double Dragon 2, you again play the brothers Billy and Jimmy Lee, martial arts experts
It gets
extraordinaire.
a straight
This
6.
time, however,
That's
the
a
evil
pretty
Black Shadow
low rating,
Warriors have
especially
hit your
compared to other
dojo,
magazines
school,
at the
and
time.
murdered Marion, your girl. So, it's revenge time as you seek to destroy the Black Shadow Warriors and their leader. As in the original, you must move through different scenes,
What does it say,
defeating all
8?
enemies
No,
in
that's
each
6.
before moving on. You have a number of different moves you can use as well, though mastering some of them will take quite a bit of practice. The basic moves are easy to learn. The A button attacks to the right, the B button attacks to the left. If you are facing in the direction you're attacking, then the attack is a punch, otherwise, the attack is a backward kick. The fact that each button always attacks in one direction is different from other games and a little hard to get used to.
That actually
Button
sounds like
moves
a
get
really
more
good
complicated.
idea.
For example, to execute a jump kick, you must press both buttons to leap into
You know
the
what?
air, then press
I'll finish
whichever
this
button
review and then
attacks in the
play a bit
same
of Double
direction
Dragon
as you are
2, because
facing.
I like the
Finally,
idea of
other
that
moves build
system.
on one another. For example, you can grab an enemy by the hair, bang heads
Don't
with
think
him,
it's
or
gonna
hurl
make
them
Double
through the
Dragon
air.
any less
Even
janky,
more
but I like the
complicated moves,
idea of
such
that
as the
system.
spinning cyclone D or hyper uppercut Yasir require several moves IPR timed exactly right, and fire more often than not, you trademark will get clobbered by your opponent while trying to execute the move. The enemies are many and varied, from the standard punks who wait around for you to hit them, to pipe or knife-wielding warriors and the ever-popular punk girls. There are also plenty of
Don't
giants,
bother
androids,
with
and
them
black shadow
punk
warriors.
girls.
You receive points for each punk you bring down and lose 1 of 8 energy points every time you get hit. Win all the VG and CE February 1990.
Wait, what is this said? For a world-class golf experience. Dad gaming.
Energy is gone. You lose 1 of your 3 lives. Although the Double Dragon Warrior doesn't carry weapons, you can pick up dropped weapons, such as chains, knives, and pipes. Using these weapons can be tricky, because, once again, buttons must be pressed in the correct order to get the effect you want. Double Dragon IL is played against a scrolling background, which has considerably better graphics than the original.
Samurai is such a good
The
game.
initial
Or
round
no, it was the
into
first
the turf
Samurai.
takes
Was this
place
one.
on the ground level and is relatively simple to master, but after that each level gets progressively harder. Level 3, the chopper, is especially difficult because the chopper keeps rolling back and forth and the door opens, you can fall out, instantly losing 1 of your lame lives. EES the final confrontation OG comes in Mission 9, which F can only be accessed by low using the Supreme Master $0 emote. Here, you are up equals th mean against the Sensei, Master, Ro any of the Black Shadow Warriors, a lean, mean fighting machine. Defeat him, and the greatest miracle of all, according to the instructions, anyway, may take place. The animation of
greatest
Double Dragon
miracle
IL
of
is
all.
much better, and the figures are larger and more detailed. This is a tougher game,
I'm just
however,
queuing this game
and it
up
will
while
take
it reads.
considerable skill and perseverance to even make it past Mission 3. Those who are easily frustrated may want to pass this one up, but
Those
for
who are
sheer
easily
martial arts
frustrated,
gaming,
get the
Double
fuck off the
Dragon IL is
Nintendo.
excellent.
What?
Faye.
Nintendo games were meant to fucking turn boys into men. Alright, I'm gonna play Double Dragon 2. I've never actually played this one, or at least not too much. Oh, that's foreign language. This one, I think, is the right one. That is definitely a good title screen. I can see how this might take a while to get used to, but already I can immediately say just from the first 5 seconds, this controls like 10 million times better than the first Double Dragon. I think isn't there supposed to be like an uppercut option or something? I might have to play more of this at some point. I'm kind of actually liking Double Dragon 2. I mean, it's definitely by no means the best beat 'em up, but it might be one of the best on the NES. For as low of a bar as that might be. Ooh, can you climb the wall? No. That would have been cool if they kept that glitch in, like, from the first Double Dragon. Where you could, like... Oh, wait! Whoa! What can you do? Oh, no. You can just do a jump kick. TMN2 and 3, Mighty Final Fight. Yeah, those are some good ones. River City Ransom is good, but it is, like, real grindy. But yeah, no, you're right. I guess all of those, I would say, are better. I don't know about Mighty Final Fight, but, like, definitely... Or TMNT2. TMNT3 is real good. I don't know about TMNT2. I've never really cared for that one. Or... even the original arcade version of TMNT. I like Turtles in Time. I'm not really a fan of the first one. I think that's kind of before they really understood how to make good beat-em-ups. I think, like, they really didn't work out how to do decent beat-em-ups until, like, 1990 or 91. I.e., right around the time this game came out. Oh, yeah. Okay. There weren't many... Yeah, but, like, there weren't many beat-em-ups on NES, but there were a couple of pretty good ones. Like I said, TMNT 3... And I mean, like, TMNT 2 was pretty good as well, but... I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily worth going back to. Did they drop something? No, I guess not. Anyway. You have no idea how hype the TMNT2 music is until you hear the cartoon. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I just think, like, TMNT3, like, they kind of tightened up the controls a little bit and just made it a lot better. TMNT2 was good for the time, but TMNT3, I think, kind of perfected that. And then and then, like, Turtles in Time, by that point, it was just no competition. Not that I would even necessarily say Turtles in Time is the best beat 'em up, but it's the best Turtles beat 'em up until Shredder's Revenge came out. But I digress. A Boy and His Blob. This is a very divisive game. They liked it though. 7788. All kind of depends, really, if you can kind of get behind a boy and its blob's logic, which I think not everyone can, including me.
System, $49. One of the joys of parenthood is never knowing exactly what your child will drag home with him when he comes tromping through the door. Often it's something simple, like a bottle cap or a twisted piece of junk that is christened a treasure, or something organic,
that is a game reviewer
like a dog,
word.
Cat, or reptile.
Not
of
to be
some
confused with
sort.
a gamer word. That is
Other
very,
times,
very
well,
different.
let's just say it can be pretty interesting. Parents have got the perfect drag home for you. How does a blob strike you? Yep, a blob. That's the premise of Absolute Entertainment's newest game, A Boy Ratings, and his blob. This is the perfect offering for those of you who are sick of the graphics 2 PS 5 pounds shoot -m till the playability 8 FP 5 EA 5 drop / punch m till they blink games that have been pounded
Yeah,
out in
true.
droves
Turtles
lately.
1 was...
This game is a relatively
I don't think it's
non-violent,
as bad as some people
lighthearted
claim it is,
action/adventure
but it
piece
is
from David
rough.
Crane, the same guy who brought you the classic Pitfall. In Blob, you take command of an unlikely duo through their adventures beneath the city in search of untold wealth and excitement.
Feed blob jelly
It seems
beans,
that a
different
young
jelly
blob
beans.
from the
Yeah, you
planet
kind of have to
Blobonia,
like get
where
behind
else,
its
has
sort
come
of
to Earth in search of a
mentality,
champion
like,
to help him save
oh,
his
an
planet.
Applejack
This
or an
little
apple
blob,
jelly bean will
after
turn it into a
ingesting a
jack
particular
because
flavor of jelly
Applejack
bean,
is just
has
kind of
the
like,
ability to
you
transform
kind of have
himself
to
into
like
different
think
items that will be
along
helpful
David
to the
Crane's
quest.
logic,
Eating a
and
tangerine-flavored
if you're
bean will
able to
change
be
him
on the
into a
same
trampoline,
wavelength as
for
him,
example.
then the game makes
Together,
total
the
sense.
boy and his
Otherwise,
shapeless
it's
friend
confusing
must
and
traverse the
nonsensical.
caverns beneath the city to find a way back to Blobonia. There they will team up to defeat the evil king, who has enslaved the peaceful planet of Gumen. Enslavement on Blobonia takes the form of being force-fed only marshmallows and chocolate. To do battle
Just super
effectively
sweet
on
hard
Blobonia,
candy. Well, have you
will
tried
have
the
to
Bean
gather a
Boozled
number of items
ones?
along the
Like
way,
those are,
including
well, those are
peppermint,
savory,
lives,
but
vitamins,
you
weapons,
know,
and diamonds.
not
The
necessarily the
variety
way
of
that you
scenes
might have
pass
hoped.
through are colorful and well detailed. Chests of gems sparkle brilliantly. Subterranean caverns of the city's subway system are strewn with day-glow neon graffiti, and outlandish creatures lunge at you from every corner. Beware the fiendish subway.
But yeah, they basically gave it an 8. Which, fair. Again, it's a divisive game, I think. You kind of love or hate it. There was a version of A Boy and His Blob on Wii. I've never played that, but I imagine it's also equally divisive.
Serpents, falling rocks, and stalactites that can puncture soft beings. The actual gameplay is smooth, with little slowdown of the program. The similarities to Pitfall are immediately apparent in the degree R equals look of the characters and the EE fluid motion of the human hero. Other comic touches are evident as well, for example, the blob, when assuming its shapeshifting duties, equals always makes its presence known by including a characteristic its terroristic pair of blinking eyes on its new identity, be it organic or not. You can summon your ectoplasmic friend with a quick whistle. This will serve notice to the blob to snap out of its new form and get back to normal.
I'll do that in a
Also,
bit.
pay close attention to the expression on the blob's face if you don't continually pump jelly beans into it. It will still follow you around faithfully, but with an ever-growing scowl on its face. It's little touches like this that separate the great games from the rest
the
of
game is
pack.
cute.
One of the most enjoyable things about this game is that it's actually fun to wander about with your friendly blob
The game is
tagging along at
cute.
your
You just
heels.
kind of
There's
you
very
kind of
little
have to
chance
wrestle
of
with
being
it a little
waylaid
bit.
in lower
and
levels,
all
so
kind of depends on if you're
experimentation is
willing to do
definitely
that.
advised. It won't be long before you gain a mastery of the controls and can manipulate Blobert, that's his real name, with the best of them. This is certainly one of the most unusual games to come along for the NES in quite some time. It will delight players of all ages for many hours.
I mean, they make,
For those
like
of
I
you
said,
who
they
are
make
searching for an
savory jelly
alternative to all of
beans.
those
It's
highly
just
violent games, A Boy and His
they're
Blob may
Bean
be the one
Boozled
for
and they
you.
suck.
Just remember,
I mean,
the
they're
next time your child
intentionally,
comes into
like,
the
that's
house
kind of like the
breathless, check
entire
the front
point, is
yard.
like you get
And
like a
keep an
sweet
extra
one,
bag
or
of
you
jelly
get like a
beans on
disgusting
hand just in
savory one
case.
that tastes like,
Patrick J.
vomit
Kelly.
or boogers or whatever. And it's, like a challenge, basically. I had the Bean Boozled. I had a video years ago of me and my girlfriend at the time doing the Bean Boozled challenge. That was fun. California games. Oh, God. Speaking of divisive games. Honestly, I've come to understand the games are really good on the 2600 and not very good anywhere else.
$46.99, no, only one way to get someone to hand you $500, free and clear, to risk on a slot machine and a deck of cards. Know only one way you can become a $1,036,000. Air with no risks and without leaving the comfort of your family room. How? By picking up a copy of Casino Games for your Sega Master System. Casino Games lets armchair gamblers take on 5
Casino
different
games.
casino games: blackjack, baccarat, poker, the slot machine and pinball. Inspired by every gambler's dream, the goal of
I've never
Casino
played
Games
this.
is to increase
Presumably
your
it's
winnings
casino
to $1 million,
games.
a feat that isn't too difficult if you play cards well. The first
7,
time
7, 8,
games,
and 7.
you must open
That
an
is
account at Club
higher
Sega's
than I would have
information
expected,
desk.
but also
Here, you enter your name and
relatively
receive
down the
$500
middle.
to bet with. If only things worked that way in real life, Ed. A password system is used to maintain your account from game to game, allowing you to accumulate your winnings over the course
convenient.
of many sessions. Thanks to the password, once you've opened
I don't
your
think
account,
any
you
Master
won't need
System
to do
games
so
used
again
battery
until you either
backup.
make your goal of $1 million
Unless...
or go broke.
Did Dragon's
Of the
Trap,
5
did that have a
games offered in
battery? I don't
casino
remember.
games, pinball is the only
Fantasy...
one
No!
in XE that won't
I was gonna
help
say,
you
did
improve
Phantasy Star
sound
have a
music
battery?
7-array winnings.
I think it did,
Although
actually.
its
I think
graphics
Phantasy
equals
Star might have
good,
had a battery.
solid version of compute playability over pinball, it even has a tilt via overall LM tour. It's recreational only and thus seems a strange thing to include in a gambling simulation. The real gamblers will want to pump coins into the slot machine or sit down at one of the card tables. Pinball is entertaining, though, and a good game in its own right.
They put a
Not winning at
pinball
the
game
slot
in there?
machine is,
Okay,
a
you can
mighty
do
force,
that.
a matter of pure luck. And like the WR slots at any casino, the odds on this S machine are much in favor
Did
of
Phantasy
the
Star
house.
have a...
To
Okay, it
prove
did.
regardless,
Alright.
You'll want to spend
No,
some
Golden
time at
Axe
the slot
Warrior I
machine,
don't think
for
had...
no other reason than to enjoy
Oh,
the
wait.
excellent graphics
Maybe
and
it
sound this
did.
simulation offers.
Axe Battler didn't,
Your best
though.
bet is a
Axe
stick
Battler, I
$1
remember, made you
machine.
use a password.
If you risk big money on the spin of the wheels, you'll soon be bankrupt. Is the quickest route to your $1 million is poker. Casino WBEY Games version of poker is equals S74, about as close to the real thing SR as you
Why
can
do I
get.
not have the...
The game is so LRN.
Oh, there we go.
Your opponent's SCO expression.
It's my sword. Okay, I couldn't remember.
For example,
Exactly.
if Nancy is frowning after drawing her cards, chances are good that she didn't
You know,
get what she
also,
was drawing for.
this sound comes from there as well.
These visual clues, the odds of your BG and CE asterisk February 1990.
But anyway, casino. Casino's there if you want it. Become the ultimate warrior in the ultimate war. Is this Narc? Oh, Iron Sword. Fair enough. Iron Sword. Oh yeah! Anyway. Oh no, that's more to do with that.
Winning are dramatically increased.
Worms uses that sound for the holy hand grenade. I should have expected that Worms, like the most British game in the universe, would have a Monty Python reference like holy hand grenade.
In blackjack, for FIS plus IIE plus instance, you may split, DEDS double or take insurance
DED,
FL for
dead.
colones in all the card games. The stakes increase with your winnings. While a maximum bet of $100 is typical for the lower level games, once you get into the big time, the maximums are raised to hundreds of thousands of dollars. That
Okay, all the
$1
battery
backwash
games.
won't
Golden
take as
Axe
long to learn as
Warrior.
you and first think. There's not much a reviewer can say
Golf
yes about a set
Mania.
of games like this, except that it
Miracle
works as
Warriors, never heard
advertised.
of that one.
Casino Game's biggest
Seal
strengths
of
are
the
password
Dark,
re-entry
never
that
heard of
lets you
that.
maintain an account from one
Oh,
session
Seal of
to
the
another,
Dark
and the vivid
Lord, never heard of that.
expressions of your
Monopoly,
opponents
of
will
all
provide
things.
clues as to
Penguin
what they
Land,
hold
of
in their
all
hands.
things. Phantasy
If you're
Star,
looking for a good
Ultima
gambling
4.
simulation for your Sega Master
There was an
System,
Ease
you
for
can place
Master
your money
System?
on this one. Clayton Walnum, Sega of America, 573 Corpse Boulevard, South San
Super Cow.
Francisco, California.
Man, I wish I was better at
94080
worms.
415 742 9300.
Alright, here we go. DuckTales by Cat. Oh, we're going back to NES? Okay. Just a random Master System game in the middle of a bunch of NES games? Alright.
For RNE Ninrin
Lolly
Train Memory
DuckTales,
System,
yes.
$49.95. In Capcom's latest offering, DuckTales, you get to play that lovable old quacker Uncle Scrooge, as
Holly,
he travels
Dolly,
through
and
5
Lolly.
strange lands in search of 5 hidden treasures. Along the way, you'll get clues from his nephews, Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Webby, as well
Nah, I
as
like my
special
names
treasures
better.
and treats from Bubba Duck, Mrs. Beakley, Gizmo Duck, and Launchpad. Based on the cartoon
Ease
series of
1
the
and
same
only
name,
Ease 1,
DuckTales
no
is a
book
goofy
2.
adventure
Okay.
that's part sim arcade action and part treasure fay hunt. As Uncle Scrooge makes slot his way through the 5 lands: the Amazon, Transylvania, the African mines, the Himalayas, and the Moon, he'll have to battle off all sorts of enemies, including deadly birds, poisonous spiders, tricky bats, and man-eating plants. But Uncle Scrooge needs to concentrate on more than just enemies. All the while, he must search for many treasures. 38. And
You
helpful
played it with
items
your
that may be hidden
cousins
in
after
strange
getting
places.
it.
Among
Since
the
they had
items
an
that you can
NES
find are
and
diamonds,
yours was
which
back
add
at
to his
home in
money score,
Connecticut.
magic points
Summers
that
in
make him
Ohio.
invincible,
Okay.
ice cream and cake that restore his hit points, and rural yarn Scrooge dolls that act as sound/music. 6 1-ups. Graphics 8 in
6,
addition to
8,
these
7, and
playability
7. That's a
hidden
little bit
items,
lower than I would have
treasure overall
expected.
FL chests are strewn everywhere. They may be open
Like,
for the
nowadays,
sharp
I think
wrap of
people
Uncle
would consider
Scrooge's
this to be
cane,
like
or
a
by
10
having
out of
Uncle
10
Scrooge
NES
Pogo on
game.
top of
I
them.
wouldn't.
Uncle
But I
Scrooge
think a
may
lot
use
of
several methods of movement.
people
Just
are.
like any other video game
I don't even
duck,
want to say
he may
nostalgia
waddle
blind.
left or
DuckTales
right
is a
according
fine
to the
game.
direction
I just
path.
don't like how
He
short
may
it
also
is.
move by using his cane as a pogo stick. This gives Uncle Scrooge
Especially
a much higher
like
reach,
if you were charging
especially since he
$50
can
for
pogo
it,
on
and
the
you only
backs
get
of
like
whatever
5
creatures
levels, and they're
happen to
all
be
pretty
near him
quick
and
and
not
easy.
just on the ground. In fact, pogoing is the only way to reach many treasures, some of SS which are so high above Uncle Scrooge that he has no choice but to use some poor creature as a stepping stone. The other methods of movement include N jumping, climbing ladders and vines, and Y falling down deep pits. Some pits are deadly, others lead to yet other
Honestly
mysterious
though, like a lot of the
underground
ratings don't
passageways.
really
When
correspond
Uncle
with the
Scrooge
reviews.
begins
Like
his
I'm not
quest,
really hearing
he starts
anything
at the
negative
control
about
room
the
and picks
game,
which
and
of the
yet
5
these are
set
kind of
lands
mid
he wishes to
reviews.
enter. Once he enters 20 a land, he must battle 3 TT and his way forward. 5. Smiley face, XS gathering all the tree and select Ishures and searching Amazon. Top pound pale copyright. 2-5. Scrooge must find the 8 scepter of the Incan king. While in Tran, RV Sylvania, he must decree CP point to locate the coin of the equals lost realm. The other V lands each have their own goal as well. Once he completes a level, Uncle Scrooge may then find L Launchpad, who'll bring him back to the control room to choose another land.
You used to call this and Rescue Rangers Disney Mega Man games. Well, did you not play the Darkwing Duck? That's entirely what that is. Darkwing Duck is a Disney Mega Man game. And I can say that from experience, having beaten Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck, I think, is actually my favorite of the NES Disney games, the Capcom NES Disney games. And that's kind of... I think I might be alone in that, because, like, I think Darkwing Duck is my favorite, and yet I think it's, like, the one that most people don't really talk about. Or at least don't talk about as much as, like, DuckTales and Chip 'n Dale. I mean, if we're talking about, like, Disney Capcom games in general, Aladdin on SNES is the best, but Darkwing Duck has got to be the best on the NES. Honestly, I kind of wonder if, like, the TV show it's based off of is more obscure than those other two, and that might be why. Because, like, I don't know, like, people, like... I kind of hear, like, when people talk about, like, Disney afternoon cartoons, I always hear people talk about DuckTales, I always hear people talk about Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. Not as common I hear people talk about Darkwing Duck. I mean, there's nostalgia for it, obviously, but not as much. I am the terror that flops in the night. Yes. It was pretty popular when it was new. I believe that.
Some of the movement techniques may take a little practice. For example, to pogo, you must press down on the control.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like
that's
not exactly intuitive. Like the attack is not exactly intuitive. It is once you figure it out, but you kind of have to figure it out.
This is a technique you have to learn, since you'll probably spend more time pogoing than anything else. The pogo stick is also a W weapon. When you pogo,
I don't know, I think Darkwing Duck is just... To be fair, I think Darkwing Duck might be the least ambitious out of all of these games, but I still think it's the best.
It's a decent arcade game that will give many hours of enjoyment. Kids who are fans of the cartoon series will probably like it the most. Is DuckTales everything it was quacked up to be? Close enough. Clayton Walnum, Capcom.
Yeah, like I feel like there's like a disconnect between the review scores and the actual review. Like one person was scoring the game and another person was reviewing it. Alright, what's this review? I love how they they dox Capcom at the end of their review. It's just like, yeah, if you disagree with this review, write to Capcom 3383. Yeah. Everett and Landy top players tennis. Nintendo Entertainment System, $44. I've never heard of this one. Well, it's a tennis game. There were probably... Honestly, I I did not know there were many tennis games outside of, like, Black Box Tennis on NES. Wasn't there one that was, like, Nintendo Open Tennis or something? I don't remember.
Video gaming started with Pong, and it sure has come a long way since. Evert and Lend.
Speaking of not intuitive, try Renegade. Yeah, well,
play,
I talk about how
scrolling
jank Double
backgrounds,
Dragon
and
is.
some talented
Renegade
opponents.
is, well,
It
proto
allows
Double
you to build a
Dragon,
player
so...
and improve that player over time. It even has digitized sound to announce the score. There are many modes that you can choose from in Evert and Lend. Top Players Tennis. You can play singles or doubles with either 1 or 2 players. If you choose doubles and there is only one player, the NES will be your partner. You can then choose your player, either Yvonne Lend or Chris Evert,
I
or
can make
one
the
that
NES
you
my
build
partner?
yourself.
That's legal?
If you choose to build a new player, first select its gender, then name your alter ego
Select
and
its
allocate 20
gender.
points among 8 different categories. The categories include strength, stamina, agility.
Finally, gender tennis. Not to be confused with gentrification tennis.
Speed, focus, skill and miracle.
Speed.
After
I
each
am
match,
speed.
you will gain more points to allocate to these areas, with the number of points
Good
you're
music.
awarded based on how often you win during the match. It's important
The
to
sound
get these
is a
points
4?
because your on-screen player
I
is
mean, with, like,
clumsy to
digitized
press,
sound and
with little
shit, I
ability
feel like
to
it should
quickly
get higher
change
than
direction.
that.
As a point of reference, Chris Evert has 87 points and is very fast, 9th level on speed. If you choose to play doubles,
This game
you
looks
can select
mid as
from a
fuck
number
from the
of
reviews.
tournaments.
Again, though,
Aside from the graphics of the
I feel like there's a
opening, the tournament
disconnect
you play
between the
doesn't make too
reviews,
much difference,
the
though
review
different
and the review
tournaments are played
score.
on different surfaces, which impacts how the ball moves. With either singles or doubles tournaments, you are presented with a screen that shows the matchups to reach the trophy. By pressing the select button, you can modify the order of the matches so you don't always have to play the same ratings, opponents in order. L tournaments are based graphics pie on 3 sets, with each playability Lee set made up of 6 overall LL games. A set must be won by at least a 2-game margin. The view in Evert and Lendl Top Players Tennis is from high over your player's shoulder. As your player, S, moves back and forth across the court, the screen scrolls, showing the stands and judges off to the sides. The graphics are quite good. The ball rebounds realistically off the court and casts a shadow. The players are animated, looking downcast when they miss a shot or jumping up and waving their rackets when they make a good shot. It can be difficult, however, to gauge the distance and run up to the ball accurately. The player's controls allow for many difficult shots and work better as you amass ability points.
I mean, isn't that kind of true of, like, every tennis game? It's really difficult to sort of judge the angle. I mean, that's just kind of true of tennis in general.
Furthermore, the strength
That's why, like, the
hit
people who
ball
can
is
actually do
controlled
it, in
by
my
how long
opinion,
you
are
hold
just
down the
Superman.
button. You can also dive for a shot and try for a miracle. Miracle shots don't exist in real life.
Oh,
For
no.
example, the spiral shot wings through the air. You must have miracle points to make these shots, however.
You know the name of this
During any
game?
match, you can check your ranking, get advice from Lendl or Evert, or look at your
That's the name.
password. The password allows you to quit and return with all your statistics intact. It's very long, however, continued on page 87 BG and CE * February 1990.
Are you quick enough for Mappy Land? Oh, no. Alright, oh no, I know, there's like a thing like in between. This doesn't even look like an ad. It's like a thing in between the review. Oh, these are the best games of 1989. Okay. You know what? Oh no, that is just the end of the review. Okay. Okay. So these are the top 10 games of 1989. Hang on to your butts. These games are going to be amazing. Hello, Slim. ABGN would say, ads! Exactly.
A.T. Oboro from Charles Dickens, the 1989 electronic 7 WSAEK gaming year was the best of times, it was the worst of y/4 pounds / times. The average quality of computer entertainment equals CI / programs reached new heights of excellence, but the 99 /
God, remember when people were optimistic about the future of gaming? That was fun. Remember when people were optimistic about fucking anything? Remember when there was something to be optimistic about in this world?
This wasn't the easiest year,
that was fun.
EYI financially speaking, for many software PYYI companies. Video game systems competed ES7% / strongly for the gaming dollar, over-ambitious a bicycle Rev 3 shipments caused a product glut during the second ARA7 IPR law quarter, and old standbys like the Commodore 64 and /year dehead, %Apple IL are rapidly dwindling in popularity. 7 pounds B equals 5 I leave 5.
Yeah, the Apple II. It's amazing how much support the Apple II got. Well, probably because it was like a staple for education, at least in the US. But like,
with proven consumer appeal. Such titles LRGPIO, yo seldom become platinum sellers, but they are also far less likely to all a 3 WI ad fall absolutely flat. Worried publishers will do just about anything LAN equals and Bay, UW.
Well, Mario 3 came out in the US in '89, so that might be on there.
Holding those RNYI 54Z trailblazing new concepts until the pressure is off the bottom line. Call a %GEY of T6 OI 1989 the year of the B+ game, and you won't be far wrong.
The year of the B+ game. Oh, wow.
Arnie Katz, computer entertainment editor, chaired a panel of judges WRN
Apple II was your first
platform.
platform.
This panel examined hundreds of B and
Well,
B
an Apple II
J
clone.
games published
Okay.
for the first time between October 1st,
I gotta
1988 and
work out how to emulate the Apple II. There's, I don't know about good games, but there's interesting games on the Apple II. There's one that I want to play that's kind of like a,
truly monumental achievements made the
it's kind of like a clone of the, well, almost like Proto-Evo.
Clear-cut winners. It opened the way for a lot more RA.
I forget what it's called, but it kind of has like that sort of like evolution.
That readers whose 55% illustration by Alan Hunter favorites didn't make this year's list will be charitable. Equals.
We will be getting PC reviews fairly soon in this magazine, by the way. Three
about such omissions. With so many titles of nearly equal quality, it's easy for any individual's favorite to get eclipsed by a slew of programs that are
It came out in
percent or nearly the
Japan
same
in
quality.
'89.
Few
It
games
came
are so
out
awful
in
that they are
America
universally
in
treated unloved, and
1990.
even fewer are so perfect that they escape all
Oh,
criticism.
it came.
Apologies also go to
Oh, it came out
publishers
in
whose games arrived
1990
too
in
late for
America? Really?
e-underscore
That late?
consideration this year. There were some
I know it
fine
came out really
titles
late in
released
PAL
during
regions. I
Slash,
didn't know it was
EO
that
October
late in
and November,
America.
but they will have to wait for their Just Honors A until the Best of 1990 competition a year from now. Don't worry, the judges have long memories. Each category begins with the best new game of that type. Following the description
You can play
of the
Mario
the
3 on
games that merit
PlayChoice 10
honorable
arcade
mention.
units in
Those are the
1989.
Now, 3J,
But you have to
let's get
wait
those
one
top
more
games
year.
of the
Really?
year.
Wow.
2, XAY.
Really? Larry? I didn't know Larry Bird, I didn't know that was a thing.
Finally made it, my son. This is the last test and my final lesson for you.
I didn't know that was a thing on Apple II. I know of the NES port. That was good, from what I've heard. Alright, so number 10. So number 10 is Legendary Axe for TurboGrafx. That's a good game. I agree.
Legendary X, NEC for the
Mario
TurboGrafx
Land
16
came out in
has a little of
1989, a
everything.
year
Loads of
after
swinging action,
Mario,
layer
Japan
upon
got
layer of high-quality
Mario
music
3.
and smooth, colorful animation. The combination of these elements brought this action-adventure to the top of the video game heap like rising cream. This hero's chase to find his missing maiden flare is finding great popularity.
Legendary
Gamers
Axe is a
looking for
fun
new
game.
reasons
I'm gonna have to
say,
play that at some
wow,
point.
when they play. And certainly this game tests
I could make that like a
reflexes
Sunday
like
night
few others
special or
do.
something.
Whether you are facing the jumping sea monkey creatures, Rockman, or the gigantic Jagu, you'll have to be your absolute best. More important, Legendary Axe shows the impact of the next generation game consoles on the quality of electronic entertainment. There were a number of
I see.
other
They
games that were
so it's
close in
not
our
like
voting
top
NEC's
10. It's
Blazing
like
Lasers for the
broken up into
TG16
categories.
and
That's
Sega's Thunder
weird.
Force 2 for the Genesis, but Legendary Axe surpassed all other comers to win the title of 1989 Video Game of the Year.
I see. So they're just
Best
saying.
sports simulation video game ZZZZ, if.
Okay, I see. So they're just saying Legendary Axe is the best game of the year. I mean, it's good. I don't know if I would say it's the best game of the year. Like, what else came out in '89? I'm trying to think of, like, what came out in the US. I could have sworn Mario 3 came out in '89. Anyway, best sports game. What is this? Bases loaded, I think?
TR/WL/E baseball cartridges have been incredibly popular over the years, and 1989 saw strides in diamond fare with the release of new consoles. Few companies would dare release a game system without at least one baseball game to support it. Sega not only brought out a baseball cartridge, but used a familiar name as a sponsor. Tommy Lasorda Baseball, Sega for the Genesis.
Is that a
takes the
familiar name? I
national
guess it was
pastime
back
and adds
then.
a
I've never
series
heard of that.
distinctive digitized
I've only
voices
ever
to make
heard
umpire
of
calls.
him in relation
Filled with
to
options such
that
as
baseball
bunting,
game.
player stats, league play, wind effects and password re-entry. 7LB features standard behind-the-batter perspective for during the pitch action and direct overhead views for field views. Though this viewpoint is somewhat traditional, 7LB takes it a bit further by employing enhanced animation and sound. Honorable mentions like Tommy Lasorda Baseball, its little brother, Reggie. Jackson Baseball, Sega for the SMS, has many of the same features that make 7LB this year's winner in the sports department. The SMS's quality also helps the representation. John Elway's quarterback, Traduist for the NES, takes the popular quarterback coin-op game and converts it to cartridge format, but it is also a good quality gridiron simulator in its own right. It gives the control pad coach the ability
Yeah, you're
to
right.
choose
February
from a menu of
12th,
plays and
1990. I
animates
just
the
looked it up.
resulting
That's when
action
Mario
and
3
play.
came out in the
The links
US.
are also quite big in video gaming circles, though not as popular
He was
as
definitely a
other,
big
more
name back then.
traditional
Okay,
sports.
I believe you.
Power Golf, NEC for the TurboGrafx 16.
You were right about
does
Mario
well in
3. I'll believe you
recreating
about
the
Tommy
strokes,
Lasorda.
bunkers, and putts of the real game, using the TG16's graphic capabilities to take this turbo chip to the limit.
Alright, how about the best action video game? Wouldn't Legendary Axe be the best action video game? It is an action game, is it not?
For some strange reason, the country has been taken by storm in the past couple of years by a group of 4 unlikely heroes. These superstars that made the natural transition from comic to cartoon to video game appeared on the Nintendo Entertainment System before jumping to arcades.
Oh, TMNT was released in 1989 here?
Brings these pizza
I thought that was like a really early NES game.
Fast-paced slugfest, challenging the player
Like
with lots
87
of
or
puzzles and intense
so.
confrontations. The varied capabilities of each of the 4 turtles along with the ability to switch characters on the fly gives the player a chance to find the best hero for particular situations. Honorable mentions: the 16-bit parade that started in the fall of 1989 brought quite a lot of top-notch action games to the American public. Blazing Lasers, Legendary Axe, both NEC for the TurboGrafx 16, and Thunder Force IL, Sega for the Genesis, are extremely capable products filled with multicolored characters and great sound effects.
Yeah, I mean, I like Thunder Force 2. I actually do like the overhead sections in Thunder Force 2, which I think a lot of people don't, but yeah, TMNT, I mean, it was definitely a popular game in its day, time, and, well, specifically the Angry Video Game Nerd have not done that game justice. Like I said earlier, TMNT 1 on NES, there's a fun game to be had if you can look for it, but best simulation game. NEC. Oh, is this Alien Crush, maybe? Or Devil's Crush? No, probably Alien Crush.
Between Nintendo's pinball for the NES
Despite the
and their
difficulty,
own
it really
Alien
rated
Crush,
high back then. Yeah, true.
Eagles and Oz from the crowd gave NEC the assurance that their game system had shown a distinct difference in quality in their favor. Ake's Alien Crush is our choice for best video
Honestly,
game to simulation.
it kind of goes
Few
beyond
pinball
just like
simulators have
difficulty
actually
and
given
gets
the
into the
player
realm
the
of
full
like
feel
it's
of a
poorly
pinball game,
programmed.
but this one succeeds.
Again,
It features
kids liked
finely
it.
detailed creatures reminiscent of the film Alien, lots of bonus situations and some of the finest music ever heard in a video game. The first few times you play the game, it's downright Sarek. Honorable mentions Re-Stealth ATF. Activision brings the high-flying Flight Me battle to the Nintendo Entertainment System. Not only does it succeed in its efforts, but it makes strides by not following the somewhat overused scrolling environment that is the
You've heard of
cornerstone
Devil's
most
Crush,
NES
but have you
games.
ever heard of Devil
The
World for
gambling motif is
Famicom?
also quite popular.
Yeah, it's
in
alright.
Casino games, Sega
Kind of a
SMS brings you
really
right to the tables for
extremely
some
mid
quality
Pac-Man
betting action.
clone. Like,
Poker, blackjack, slots, and pinball. We're not
there's a
quite
lot
sure
of
how
like
the last one fits and are displayed in multi-hued splendor and stay true to the rules of the casino.
there's a lot of like misinformation, I think, about Devil World. Basically, like, I don't think Nintendo, well, because Nintendo didn't really have like any sort of like censorship back when Devil World was released. So I think what it really came down to was just sort of like the game was mid as fuck, so Nintendo decided not to release it. Honestly, I just don't really like that whole mechanic of like how the devil can just move the board and crush you. I don't really... I think it was the first game developed by Shigeru Miyamoto, though, so it has that sort of historical, curiosity, but nah, Devil World. It's just kind of mid.
AAASR's David Crane is one of the biggest influences in current video game trends, given the innovation and popularity IG of his various games.
Best strategy
was
video
mostly
game.
popular during the first generation of video games. Now he is penning a new chapter in his book with his first cartridge outing in some time, A Boy and His Blob, Absolute Entertainment.
They kind of
for the
just
NES.
reviewed this, so
Though the game
this would have
sticks
come
to the
out in
NES standard of the
1990,
scrolling
right?
Adventure, Crane stays away from the shoot-'em-up concept, instead opting for a unique premise. An alien, a blob, follows your young character around, but the main feature is that the blob will mutate into
I guess
other
this was
forms
just
when he eats
spillover.
different flavors of jelly bean. VGNCE expects this one to be on best of lists for NES owners around the country. Honorable mentions: last year, Terrace won kudos for its innovation as a 8D computer game, getting particularly extensive press as the first
Terrace?
game to come
Never
out of
heard
the
of that.
Soviet Union. This 3-year, Nintendo took Tengen on for their version of Terrace, bringing the battle into the courtroom and getting FL temporary restriction of Tengen's marketing of the 14 product. Oddly enough, the Tengen version of Terrace for the NES and Nintendo's version of Terrace for the Game Boy
Oh,
come up as
Tetris!
UPS in the best strategy
It's
video
trying to
game
say
category.
Tetris.
Both of these games show strong innovation. The Game Boy game is not only a well-paced version, but it also lets two players compete head-to-head over
Move
a
over,
video link
Tetris. We've got a
connection.
boy and its
The
blob.
Tengen
You're just
game
the
skips
honorable
colorful
mention.
bad backgrounds that were sprinkled through the computer versions and concentrates instead on the gameplay. The pieces are smoothly beveled, making for a nice three-dimensional appearance, and the increase in speed K makes for a quality game experience. Also brought over to the video game world from the
That's funny. It I guess the font made it look like Terrace, but no, they were talking about Tengen and Nintendo Tetris.
computer domain is where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Welcome to the Fight Palace. I just know of that because it's, Kim Justice has that as a redeem. What game is that? Oh my god, I cannot read that font. Oh, Tongue of the... Oh yeah, Tongue of the Fat Man. That game is mega jank, but it is funny. And yeah, the Welcome to the Fight Palace. I know of that because Kim Justice has that as a redeem.
computer domain is where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Sega/Parker Brothers for the SMS, a series of educational games produced by Broturban. This one follows the familiar premise and puts you in the gumshoes of a detective in search of the location of a member of San Diego's crime gang. You have to use hint and your knowledge of geography to determine a suspect and collect an arrest warrant.
Best action strategy game, Mega Man 2? I would not call that a... Man, they did not know what... They did not know what genres were back then, did they? Honestly, we still don't know what they are now, but for different reasons.
Capcom has been known for its wonderfully designed NES games Ghosts and Goblins, Legendary Wings, and particularly Mega Man. In 1989 we saw a sequel to that battle royale with Mega Man 2. Strategy games not only have you often moving against myriad enemy creatures.
What do we call Mega
also
Man 2?
stress critical
Action
timing of those
strategy.
moves for success.
How is
Mega
that
Man 2
different
does its
from,
best
like,
to perfect that challenge and creates a
action,
colorful
or
environment for you to
whatever
hop
the fuck
around in,
Legendary
as
Axe was supposed to
documented
be?
in our strategy guide for Mega Man 2.
Like, I feel like nowadays we would put, like, Legendary Axe and Mega Man 2 more or less in the same genre. That's just kind of strange. What is this? Hemko Seika's Rescue? What is this, like an honorable mention? What is this doing here? I guess this is a honorable mention. Just for some reason it's like not listed in the same way as the other honorable mentions were.
Orcar USHR Aries J Kemco /Seeka's Rescue 1. You must battle past a variety of beasties: Quick Man, Woodman and Bubble Man, for instance on your way to defeat the evil Dr. Wily. Each step will test your mettle to the maximum. Honorable mentions: Kemco /Seeka is one of the smaller NES licensees in the US, but their rescue cartridge should push their popularity somewhat.
I've
In a
never
cartridge
heard of
version
this
an
one.
Prague-ranked
Rescue?
hostage. See the Computer Awards for more on this. You are the leader of a SWAT team forced to deploy in order to save a bunch of hostages captured by terrorists. The plan you create is often torn to shreds by the relentless gunfire of vicious captors. Air Fortress, HAL America for the NES, brought out one of the sleepers of the year with this interesting puzzle game. For most of each level, you battle adversaries so you can build up your energy and bomb G supplies. But after you knock out the power supply, you copyright have a limited amount of time to escape before the scent installation blows up. This game will have you on the edge of your seat. Finally, it wouldn't be fair to mention the quality of Capcom products without talking about Bionic E Commando.
And now we're going back to
Standard
Capcom,
scrolling
okay.
IR shoot-em up, the quirky manner of getting your eye character around by extending his telescopic arm to grasp, destroy, and
Have you
swing
ever
all
heard
around
of
the screen takes it
pacing?
beyond this
I
tiring
don't think they
genre
have. Anyway. Best adventure video game. Again. Well, okay, fair enough. So yeah, fair enough. I would actually consider Zelda 2 to be an adventure game.
CEU equals a few years ago, you could mention the name Zelda and be greeted by nothing but a blank stare. Today the name Zelda sparks interest in the eyes of video game players worldwide, thanks to Nintendo's featured RPG character. The return of Zelda and Link in Nintendo's Zelda.
Even back then, they were
Adventures of
calling
Link
Zelda
through
an
lines around
RPG. I
video
think
game
Zelda just
sales
is an
counters and gave
RPG.
hours of enjoyment to gamers as they sought to traverse palace after palace and defeat a slew of nasty characters in their way. What else can we say except bring on Zelda 3? Honorable mentions due to the Zelda craze. Sega Master System owners often repaired to the haven of their arcade cartridges, but they finally had their own epic in 1989 with Phantasy Star, Sega for the SMS, a large RPG that tested players through three-dimensional mazes and puzzles. In fact, the popularity of
Phantasy
this game
Star
will
is
be
better than
tested
Zelda.
again when Sega releases
I will
the
die
6
on that
meg
hill.
battery backup-equipped Phantasy Star IL for the Genesis.
Although I'm not
in the
sure
coming
about
months.
Phantasy Star.
Formerly a popular computer
I'm not
game
sure
from
about Phantasy
Mindscape,
Star 2, but I like
Shadowgate,
Zelda 2.
Cameo/Sika for the NES, is an eerie jaunt through a haunted castle. Instead of the tedious typed entry of commands, all commands are available with a simple pointer manipulated by the control pad. NEC took the graphic action of
That's
Gauntlet
true.
and
Zelda
spiced it
2
up for their
is the
TurboGrafx
most
16
RPG-like of the
console in
series.
form
You're
of
right.
Dungeon Explorer. The overhead
I mean, you even have,
perspective
like,
gives a full view
RPG,
of the
like,
action
upgrade
as you go
systems
into
and
battle
shit.
against wonderfully animated yet gruesome characters.
That's
And if you're equipped
honestly,
with a
I like
turbo
Zelda
cap,
2
you
because
can
it's
bring
just the
others
most
into the assault
straightforward
floor.
of the Zelda games. It's less reliant on puzzles and more just reliant on, you know, platforming, and it's not like, you know, linear, but I would consider like Zelda 2 to be almost a little bit kind of like bordering on Metroidvania.
SRLE8. It's not hard
Would
to
it be Final
understand why
Fantasy
there are
versus
no
Phantasy
NES or
Star?
SMS entries in this category. The
Cerulean,
technological
you would be a
leaps of the next
fantastic
generation
writer for this
consoles were
magazine,
too
probably
much for
better
the
than
older
most of them.
machines to compete with. And this category's winner, Thunder Force 2, Sega for the Genesis, combined all the elements necessary to thoroughly knock the socks off of anyone powering it up. Particularly if you run the audio through a stereo system or into headphones, the blasts, booms of
Thunder
each
Force
explosion
2 is an
reverberate through
amazing
your
game.
ears with
I agree.
incredible
I agree
clarity.
with that.
It's too bad we can't understand what the voice at the beginning of the mission says before the good luck. What impressed us the most were the graphics, which gave the appearance of your spaceship cruising over the alien landscape and through an enemy installation. This visual effect shows where video gaming is headed in appearance. Honorable mentions, as we mentioned before, Alien Crush, NEC for the TurboGrafx 16, has some of the best music you will ever find in a video game. This is especially true when you enter the bonus screens and the tunes begin. And besides, there aren't very many games that let you pick, at the start of a contest, what version of the music you want to hear. A while ago, Epix released a computer duel called Demon Sword that was best known for a clanging sound of 1-2 swords hitting metal to metal. NEC's legendary axe exceeds Epix's efforts by adding lots of great visual and audio effects. The animation in particular
Demon
is
Sword,
extremely
never heard of
smooth,
that.
right down to the moving muscles of the one character's
Heard
bodies.
of Demon Souls.
Sega also
I don't
had a
think
couple
it's
of
the same
runner
thing.
UPS in their Genesis cam. Though the voice that greets your every move in the Altered Beast cart that comes with the Genesis sounds amazingly like an angry Elmer Fudd, welcome to your doom. The clarity of the sounds and voices throughout this classic arcade translation is recreated perfectly, and the various beasts' yells are unnerving. The soft pastel colors of the graphics provided a smooth background to the action also. Lastly, the late entry of Ghouls and Ghosts almost had us changing our announcement of winner. Again, the inclusion of a headphone jack helped this arcade translation open some eyes from coast
Ghouls
to
and
coast.
Ghosts on Genesis,
And when you get to
very,
a
very
rainstorm
good
shortly
port.
after the beginning of this contest, you'll surely hit the pause button to batten down the hatches.
Dragon Slayer GB, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, best coin-op video game. Best coin-op video game translation. We have a word for that. It's called a port.
AAAE, perhaps the most stunning introduction.
I remember
to
the
next
BGM. Yeah, it's
generation
really
consoles is to
it's
stop
good.
by an
It's
arcade,
a
then go
classical
home to
piece
power up
actually
the
by
same
2K,
game.
I believe.
The previously mentioned
It's either
Ghouls,
Ducal or
Actors, and
Bizet. I think
Ghosts,
Bizet.
Sega for the Genesis is an almost perfect replica of the arcade quarter eater. The fluid motion of the characters, the high-quality sound and ease of play with the addition of a continue feature will have you wondering where the coin slot is. Honorable mentions: lots of gamers who were into
what
playing
game is
during
that?
the
I
first
missed.
generation of video games are unhappy that the old classics aren't being converted to cartridge form. Gyrus, Ultra for the NES, does a great job of bringing this favorite to your home screen.
Gyrus does have a
Rumor
really
has
good
it that
port.
a lot of the old classics will be coming to the NES in the next year or so. Taito has also adapted one of their arcade titles to the NES in the form of Bubble Bobble. This tale of
Oh,
dinosaurs
Ghouls and
who destroy
Ghosts.
their
Yeah, that
enemies
is
by
probably
encasing
like
them in bubbles
the
and
best.
popping them was
That
favored
is
by
near
gamers of
arcade
either gender
perfect.
and
I
all
agree.
ages. Veteran gamers looking for a challenge also had a good
Definitely
time
for
with
the
this small
time, I would
visit.
consider it near arcade perfect. With this. Oh, there's like one good most innovative video games. Remember Innovation? Remember when that existed? Same with Strider. Yeah, true.
Underscore Civilly, we mentioned earlier the innovative theme of Absolute IMM Entertainment's A-Boy and his blog. It would be a crime not creep to recognize this cartridge for its trend-breaking concept. Pache the Trek, which takes you through underground Earth, inter-rocketing through outer space and past all sorts of obstacles. Comp on Globalonia will test the arcade and puzzling skills of the NESetter. Has B honorable mentions. Enter again, Bionic Commando, Capcom for the NES, has to be recognized for its interesting and unique main character. Similar to Tarzan with a portable vine, the lead in Bionic Command must grapple with vicious soldiers, traps, and gaping chasms, using
Speaking
his
of Devil's
extendable
Crush
arm as his
music.
primary tool.
Speaking of Devil's
Movies
Crush
have been
and
made
its
of the
music,
internal
rather.
conflict between for good and evil, but this is the first time a video game has faced this situation. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
What?
One Day for the 2 NES deals with this clash of personalities by transforming the character into his alter ego when things get too stressed.
I mean, I agree. Dr.
Your
Jekyll and
quest
Mr.
to not
Hyde
only
is
make it to your wedding
innovative.
in one
It's
piece,
just
but you also must
it
balance
gets
the negative
literally everything the
influences
fuck
on
else
him in
wrong.
order to keep him in his good form. Players have become tsurisized all over the world, thanks to the Soviet-designed puzzle game, but now that Nintendo has brought out a
Yeah,
version for their
Tetris
Game
would have been a
Boy,
very
you can
innovative
also
game.
play Xeris as a competitive contest.
I
Using the
agree
video
with
link equals cable,
I agree
two
with
players
everything.
can go
It's just,
against
you
each
know,
other in a contest
Dr.
that
Jekyll and
can
Mr.
only
Hyde.
be
It's an
called
innovative
its
game.
terrace.
It's just, you
The
know,
object
bad.
is to cause
Very
the
bad.
equals other player to lose, because every line you complete on your board adds to your opponent's spin. A gauge on the left BA of the display shows the height of your adversary's bin, so actually you can get an idea of how your pieces stack up next to his. Force End.
I've actually never played Tetris on Game Boy with a... Well, I've never played any Game Boy game with a link cable. Because nobody will play with me, but... Alright. Best computer games of the year. Best computer games of the year. Alright. What were the best computer games of 1989?
that mind-stretching exception to the absence of field-shaping, seminal new games in 1989. Designer Peter Molyneux, certainly computer gaming's Rookie of the Year, leaps into the front ranks of European game makers with this provocative contest. One thing's for sure, no one can say Molyneux played it safe. Not many American companies would have risked publishing a game that turned the player into the god of a primitive planet, and Electronic Arts deserves praise for releasing Populous here after its success in Great Britain. Behind the shock value of the theme lies an excellent icon-driven action strategy game. The player begins as lord over an inhospitable mudball. By raising land and encouraging the few inhabitants to farm and build,
never played Populous,
fosters the rise
probably
and
would not
of the
like it.
civilization under divine protection. Minions of an evil all yet immortal are at work as well, so the player must also create holy warriors to keep evil in check. Ept. Populous is a mentally demanding game, but the RTH interface is so logical that it remains accessible even to Stickles computarists who normally prefer boot and bash disks. Of the obvious thought and care of Molyneux and his team has brought forth one of the most impressive and entertaining brain games of this or any other year. Baseball took a deserved rest in 1989. The glut of action and strategy games based on the national pastime forced designers and publishers to widen their horizons and look for other forms of athletics to put on the gaming screen. A few outfits tried to write epics as with action sports anthologies of dubious merit, but most
there wasn't a break from baseball games. They just put them all on the NES.
Electronic Arts for Amiga and IBM PC. This year's computer sports simulation of the year is a triumph of quality over quantity. Author Will Harvey offers only 9 meticulously crafted holes, but that's enough to keep many putt maniacs glued to the screen for hours. Each one is a multi-screen extravaganza depicted with beautiful illustrations in 2/3 perspective. Zany Golf has a reasonably long play life, because every hole is so enticing that electronic swingers will want to try each one over and over. The control system is fittingly simple. After all, this is miniature golf, not the PGA Tour. The player need consider only 2 factors, direction and force. Harvey introduces a rule that prevents a participant from advancing to the next hole unless he or she gets at least par on the last one. This sudden death structure keeps the players from racing through the entire course in a single sitting. It also gives the player extra incentive to excel, because everyone will want to see all 9 attractions.
And then there's also CinemaWare TV Sports.
Football Zany Golf is an amusing tribute to one of America's favorite leisure sports. It deserves an add-on disc. Honorable mentions TV, sports, football, CinemaWare for Amiga and IBM PC, brings the magic of America's most sophisticated game creators to the sports arena. This action strategy title presents professional football the way the networks broadcast it every Sunday and Monday. Lakers vs. Celtics, Electronic Arts for Amiga and IBM PC, and Magic Johnson's Fast Break, Virgin Mastertronics for most computer systems, are the first of an expected flood of computer hoop titles. The next batch will have to go far to match the quality of these 2.
Did they mention Jordan V. Bird?
Strategy simulation of the NBA's playoff,
I think Cerulean was just
while
talking
the
about that
latter
one.
is an example of arcade-style basketball.
Best computer action games. I'm trying to think, was Commander Keen? No, Commander Keen was like a few years after this.
AAEES on last year, Infogrames won kudos for the excellent audio-visual effects in Captain Blood. This time, the French-based concern earns top honors for computer action with Hostage, Mindscape for Amiga, Apple IGS, Atari ST, Commodore 64, Macintosh and IBM PC. This three-stage assault on an embassy seized by terrorists should silence critics who categorized French software as all sizzle and no state. Hostage isn't quite the visual tour de force of Infogrames' aforementioned science fantasy epic, but its graphics definitely rank among the year's best. The colorful play screens depict the tense conflict with multiple viewing angles and drama-building techniques borrowed from the movies. The three stages of the game give the computerist the chance to control a six-member SWAT
You know, I didn't have that
team on a
stereotype
mission to
about
rescue 4 people
French-developed
captured by
games, but now I
in
kind
the
of
first
do.
phase, the player must position 3 marks.
I mean, Delphine
The
Software
second covers
is
the descent
kind of
from
like
the roof and
the
a break-in
king of
through
all
the
sizzle,
embassy
no
windows.
steak.
The finale plunges the player into room-by-room
No, I
fighting as
take
the
that
team
back.
hunts
Out of
for
this
the
world
prisoners
had
and
some
fights the
steak.
captors. 3 distinct difficulty settings make Hostage suitable for players of all calibers. Even a novice will be able to.
Hostage. I've never played that one. I might have to at some. Do I want to play that now? Nah. I could play it on Commodore 64, but I don't think it's that enticing that I need to do that.
Minuciape S1 is MW complete the rescue at the easiest setting in the first couple of tries, yet the top skill level is tough going. Honorable mentions air hockey meets science fiction in Shuffle Puck Cafe, Roturband for Amiga, Macintosh, and IBM PC.
I know the
Players contest
Macintosh
against some of the
version.
meanest looking characters this side of the Star Wars Cantina sequence. Sequels have a bad reputation and, in most cases, deservedly so. Too often, they are cynical, money-grubbing exercises. Gauntlet I, Mindscape for all computer systems, is one of the few follow UPS that actually surpasses the original. Its additional strategic elements, especially the objects the warriors can pick up and use, make it absolutely addictive. License to Kill, Domerc for Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore, and IBM PC, is easily the best electronic game ever based on the James Bond character created by the late Tan Fleming.
License to Kill
In
is
this
pretty good.
multi-phase
Or,
action
no, I'm thinking of A
adventure
View
based on
to a
the movie
Kill.
of the
I don't
same
remember
name,
License to
the
Kill.
player guides 007 through fast-paced mini-games that use planes, helicopters, and 18-wheel trucks.
I'll tell you what, I will be right back. I'm gonna quick run to the bathroom. And then afterwards we will look at the best computer simulation of 1989. BRB.
何も心配いらないぜアフロ屋さんに変装さ弾けたやつはいねえか弾けリストは仲間さ弾け続ける俺たちそして使うさ可愛いあの子がついてきた広いやつもついてきた一緒に旅だと好きにしなただしつけものてめえはダメだボボボボボボボボボボボボ
アギルとパンツが恋をしたそう下ネタ野郎は強敵さ今すぐ開けよ迷わずにメガネ以下でやっつけろ
弾けたやつはいねえか弾けリスト
Hi, I'm back. Alright, let's take a look at the best simulation of 1989. Tentative other title, alternate title, best game that there is not a shot in hell that Logan is ever going to play ever in any lifetime.
The most popular category of computer gameware last year was definitely simulators. Flight, naval, tank and automotive simulators have a stranglehold on computers' imaginations. Real-time action, the immediacy of first-person perspective and fast-paced strategizing have proven to be irresistible. Publishers haven't been shy about courting this loyal and free-spending audience, either. There could have been 10 honorable mentions in this category without appreciably lowering the judging standards. Like last year, a driving simulator Carn's Best Computes Simulator. The 1988 winner, Test Drive, Accolade, stresses events inside the cockpit, while the top simulator of 1989,
I didn't know the Test Drive series was that old.
For IBM PC, focuses on the scenery around the vehicle. You'll need a VGA card to get the full impact of the detailed rendition of the streets
Oh god,
of
a
San
VGA
Francisco,
card. Guys, do you think you can...
Even in the less
Do you think our
graphics
poor little
mods.
PC can handle that? Honestly, the more I deal with this PC, the more the less I'm joking about that. Alright, this is... let's do this. Oh no, this is another sim.
The visuals are based on the currently popular polygon fill technique, but no one has done it better. A wealth of detail greets the driver as he roars along the roads and boulevards. Honorable mention 6. A pi /BK40EJ, B, I5, XA0. PRGA /
That's true, CGA would have been a upgrade over monochrome.
Puts Compu Flyers at the throttle of one of the most famous fighter planes in US history.
Now my computer,
Bill's mastery
now all
of
my
Macintosh
graphics look
has
like an
never been more
ultrasound.
evident than in this slickly executed design. A 10-tank killer, Dynamics for IBM PC, straddles the thin line between the combat simulator and aerial action categories. Superb sound and graphics, a hallmark of Dynamics, generate nail-biting excitement as planes swoop down on enemy tanks.
That actually
Jet
would have
Fighter,
looked pretty
Velocity
good for
IBM
1989.
PC, sets the quality standard for combat jet flight simulators. Its brilliant graphics, classic interface, and campaign structure stamp Moses Ma's creation as king of the unfriendly skies.
Best computer strategy game? Oh, okay, yeah. One was simulation, one was strategy. And again, alternate title, part 2 of games there is not a shot in hell LDP will ever play, ever. Strategy games are fine. Early PC strategy games, no.
3. No one can dispute the impact of video games on computer software. Most of the year's new computer ST releases have the case of play, lively action, and sophisticated animation that gamers demand in a video game cartridge. Trends are seldom monolithic. Though action and action strategy currently represent the software mainstream, strategy contests haven't dropped completely out of sight. There is still plenty of interest in the pure brain games that require fast thinking rather than fast hands. It is always harder to succeed where many before have failed. That's why SimCity, Maxis for Amiga, Atari ST, Macintosh, and IBM PC, is one of the year's most delightful surprises. Numerous early computer simulations offered the chance to run a city, but this is the first that presents the situation in a lively, engrossing and entertaining format. The user becomes the newly elected mayor of a simulated city with myriad problems, no people, no roads, and no buildings.
Oh, it's a
Working within a
SimCity.
strict budget, the mayor
Well, yeah,
must
fair
help the
enough.
thriving
SimCity was a
metropolis rise from the dust.
massively revolutionary game for its time.
Improvements don't come easy. A new structure doesn't just appear
Yes,
out of thin air.
Canon.
The metropolis builder must bulldoze the low, erect a power plant, enact the proper
I'll see
zoning,
your ass in hell,
set tax
Pachelbel.
rates, and construct feeder highways. As civic expansion continues, simulated people begin to move into the empty buildings. If the mayor does the job well, the pokey little town grows and can eventually flower into a major city. SimCity comes with simulations of several real cities from various historical periods. It even permits users to play deity by inducing everything from natural disasters and air crashes to an assault by a
Maybe I
monster
need to
lizard.
do. Maybe I do need to
Honorable
play
mentions
SimCity. Maybe I need to do. If nothing else, like the SNES version, I could do that for like a one-off.
19 MES LSKLLET Jin Software INTL's Ishido Stones Strategic Simulations does more fantasy than war games these days, but as long as Gary Grigsby
Did I know
invents
that
titles like Overrun, SSI for Apple
a ton of
II,
pop
and
songs?
Commodore
Yeah, that's what the
64,
Pachelbel
the
rants.
company's reputation will
You
stay
ever see the
high with
Pachelbel
strategists.
rants? It kind of like.
This advanced level presentation of small unit modern
It kind of
combat
like
has incredible
it's
detail
kind of like
and
a
voluminous
joke on that.
documentation to teach
Like a
its
ton of
complex
like
play
different like
mechanics.
pop and rock songs
Brad
using
Fritter is in it
Pachelbel's
again.
canon as a
The producer
foundation.
of the much honored
like
Shanghai Activision
basic
is the
chord
guru
structure
behind
of it.
Ishido Stones, Software International for Macintosh. The challenge in this abstract contest is to place tiles on the board next to others that share at least one visual characteristic. This is the kind of program that maintains its luster through hundreds of hours of play. Starfleet 11, Interstel for IBM PC, flips the situation 180 degrees. This time, the player commands a Krellin battle fleet on a raid into United Galactic Alliance space. Once the armchair conqueror pinpoints a planet, the game switches to an invasion mode in which the invaders battle the inhabitants for every square mile of territory.
Have I heard canon rock? What, like a rock version of this song? I don't think so, but yeah, like we said, there's a ton of, well, like Basket Case by Green Day is a popular example. Like, do you have the time to listen to me whine about everything and nothing all at once? Yeah, like that uses the same chord structure as Pachelbel. In fact, you know what? I am. Hold on. I will. Because this is like classic internet. This is what your dad was listening to in. Well, I say your dad listening to in college. Probably what your friends were listening to in college. Because I am baby in chat and everybody is a million years older than me. We'll take a break just so I can show this. It's a very specific cover using electric guitar. Okay.
I'm gonna leave you with this little story. It's about this piece of music. It's a very popular piece of music. I'm sure you all know it, but I'll sing the melody right now.
This is 5 minutes. Okay, we'll just watch this.
Yeah, Pachelbel's Canon in D. It was a big hit in the classical world, and I know this because I'm a geek. I know what you're thinking. It's like, Rob, you can't be a geek. You play guitar. You're so cool. Okay, you weren't thinking that, but I was. Well, I haven't always been this cool because I haven't always played guitar. I started out on the cello. Yeah, cello is a wonderful, beautiful instrument. It's cool to be an adult that plays a cello. Being a kid that played the cello sucked. Because there's no way to be cool when your instrument is larger than you. When you walk to school with the cello, you're like a wounded gazelle on the Serengeti, man. The bullies just smell you coming from a mile away. Oh, I don't know what that thing is, but I know I'm gonna break it.
Okay, I'll listen to a little bit of
But
that.
I put up with all of the abuse because I love the music that we played. I loved everything we played in orchestra, except this. I hate Pachelbel's Canon in D with a passion. I hate it so much because the cello part is the worst cello part ever written in the history of cello parts. It's 8 quarter notes that we repeated over and over again. They are as follows. D, A, B, F sharp, G, D, G, A. And that's all.
Oh my god, I forgot my ECU's now so
repeated
bad.
those 8 notes 54 times.
Actually, no, this might be... Okay, you know what? This is actually so old that it can run this.
I would sit back and listen to the violins.
My computer
get
can
lovely
run
melodies.
Pachelbel
The violas would get
rant.
lovely melodies. The second violins would get lovely melodies, which should just not happen. And the cello.
You know what? I'll actually skip to like the second half. Because that's where it gets into like... some of the pop songs that use Pachelbel.
Away from music that I loved, it would be better, but he won't. He is shameless. He will follow passion. I don't even know his first name. And when I was so broken. I don't know, I went to my step-nephew-in-law's 8th grade graduation, and their graduation song was a song by Vitamin C. No. As we go on, we'll remember. La da 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 da. So on the drive home, I turned on some classic rock, some Aerosmith. There was a time when I was so broken-hearted. La da 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 da. So I got home, I thought I'd clear my mind with some folk music. No. Listen, children, to my story. It was written long ago. They do Pachelbel just like everybody does Pachelbel, just to torment me. I don't even go to Taco Bell anymore because it sounds too close. I hate Pachelbel with a passion. I don't even know his first name. It's probably Johann. They're all named Johann. When you think about it, he's the original one-hit wonder. He had one hit 300 years ago. It's my cross to bear my entire life. Where are they now? That's what I want to know. Where are you now, Pachelbel? VH1's I Love the 1790s. Where is it?
It is lagging like hell.
And if he would just stay away from music that I loved, it would be better, but he won't. He is shameless. He will follow me to the ends of the earth. I went to Horde Festival thinking, no, he couldn't possibly follow me to the Horde Festival. But you know who was at the Horde Festival? Blues Traveler. So that means that Pachelbel was also at the Horde Festival because I was suck it in, we're in Berlin or in Tintin. Make it.
Yeah. Alright, now what's the other thing? Alright. That's enough of that. I do like that, though. Should be good now. Oh, you have seen Pokeball Rant before? Okay. Or are you talking about Jerry C? Whoever that is. Anyway. Where were we? Oh. What's this one? This is Best Action Strategy Game. Again, on NES they considered Mega Man 2 to be action strategy, so what is this?
1. BRASHTECHRI, an irresistible blend of mind and body challenge has made the
Cannon
action
Rock was
strategy
made
game the
19
most
years ago?
enduring in Oates'
Shit.
popular category of computer entertainment. These games provide a feast for the senses, a test of hand-eye lust, coordination and a rigorous workout for the gray matter.
It was made 19 years ago. Tons of YouTube guitarists have covered that arrangement since. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, like, yeah. Wicked.
Lords of the Rising Sun, Cinemaware for Amiga and IBM PC.
Jerry C is now a music director for Sony Music Taiwan.
But it is
Good
a
for
long
him.
way from being a rehash. The strategic phase, in which the player seeks to consolidate his power in feudal Japan, is reminiscent of the
For people who are curious,
1987
Jerry
hit,
C is
but the individual
music
action
director
games
for
that
Sony
comprise the
Music
bulk of
Taiwan.
the action are wholly fresh and original. Particularly impressive is the battle scene in which the player views the conflict from a hill at the rear of the army and orders movements of the troops below with well-timed waves of a control wand. It almost goes without saying that the artwork and sound are unimpeachable. If Lords of the Rising Sun had not been a unanimous choice as Best Action Strategy Game of the Year, it would have been a serious contender for the top prize in audio-visual effects. Honorable mentions: young Paul Norman, the designer of many arcade-style computer action games, has grown up. A good indication is Navy.E.A.L, Cosmi for most computer systems. The computerist learns the various skills needed to be a member of the Navy's elite force, and then uses these skills in 4 exciting missions. Omega, Origin Systems for IBM PC, is a multi-module program that allows the user to design, test and fight
That comment was 5 years ago. Apparently now he works as a teacher and guitarist for HM
the gamer
Music,
gains access to full
according to
laboratory
Gemini.
and testing facilities in which every phase of the cyber tank's operation can be controlled and
I don't know
refined.
how much I trust Gemini,
Origin
but
plans to sponsor a national competition to find the fiercest cyber tanks, so it is not far-fetched to
Regardless,
imagine that this intricate
seems like he's
program may
doing well.
spawn a
Good for
sub-hobby
him.
of its own.
Best Computer Adventure.
nature of computer adventures has changed tremendously in the past 2 years. Gone are the text-only, parser-driven titles, replaced by interactive graphics and more responsive interfaces that let the user enter a wide variety of commands without reams of typing. This year's outstanding adventure, Manhunter, New York, Sierra for Amiga, Atari ST, and IBM PC, shows that the content is mutating nearly as rapidly as the structure. The Murray brothers spin a chilling science.
You trust Gemini as much as you trust your well-informed friend like you. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, always double check if in doubt. I mean, realistically, I don't think it matters too much. I don't think anyone was going to the stream for the end-all be-all authority on all things Jerry C, but I mean, regardless, whether he's a giant corporate executive or some guitar teacher, seems like he's doing well for himself, so hats off to him. Honestly, the thing though with like AI is like, I think a lot of times it'll trip over itself on information. Like it'll think you're talking about one totally different thing and give you information on that, when in reality you're looking for something completely different. There's hiccups here and there. There may always be. Who knows? Anyway, here's some nice soft
fiction
jams
detective story in which the player is selected by of aliens to hunt down and neutralize human rebels. But during the course of the game, however, the naive Dave Manhunter learns the invaders' deepest secrets and must 7-hit, make a moral choice, become a pawn of the pods or join Ulk of the revolution to cast them out. Part of the beauty of Manhunter, New York is that the game fully supports both HTHE alternatives. Even after choosing one road, most e-computerists will want to play it again, just to see what TH might have been. As with all Sierra adventures, the art, music, and D-animation are impeccable. Atmospheric illustration and had the use of cinematic techniques create a near-future City 7Y packed with menace, mayhem, and mystery. Honorable mentions: the romance and adventure of America's Great Western Migration is the inspiration for Go/D Rush, Sierra 4 style Amiga and IBM PC. The Armchair Pioneer leaves the Asian safety of Brooklyn Heights and goes, by either of two arduous routes, to the golden land of California to be a prospect for gold. There aren't any demons and dragons SE in this one, but Go/D Rush is as exciting as any title in Sierra's catalog. Savvy gamers know that's all the
more I listen to this, the more this music just sounds Jesus-y. I don't even know how to describe that, but it's like one of those things where it's like, it's hard to define, but you know it when you hear it.
CinemaWare's the Crystal F recommendation any adventure really needs. When Bob Jacob imports a design from Europe and puts the CinemaWare label on it, bet on something mighty special inside the package.
Find like the scientific reason why all Christian music has like that Jesus-y sound. How did they pioneer that?
As lovable rogue dances Frake, scours the galaxy for the fabled crystal of Cronus. This sweeping saga mixes real-time action and mind-stretching puzzles in a rich interplanetary setting. Tops among the 1989 crop of fantasy quests is the Magic Candle, Minecraft for Apple II, Commodore 64, and IBM PC. If the candle burns out, it will unleash a demon upon the medieval land of Deruvia. The armchair adventurer leads a hand-picked crew through a detailed world that includes 54 dungeon levels in the fantasy role-playing game. Best computer game sound and graphics. The way a game looks and sounds contributes greatly to its impact on the player. Computer programs lack the tactile feedback of board games and the kinesthetic output of athletes. To engage and hold attention, they must therefore work on the senses of sight and hearing. The audio-visual effects are not the game per se, but they often spell the difference between an enjoyable gaming experience and a tedious hour in front of the computer. There's nothing humdrum about the visuals and sound of this year's outstanding program. David Wolf,
which allows
Secret.
it to actually create new ideas from existing data. Yeah! That's something I don't particularly like about really any LLM, is like it'll kind of just form an idea. You know what I mean? It is like those experts who just don't possess the ability to say I don't know, so they will take what little information they do have and just sort of kind of build off of it, even if they don't actually know. They will just make
Y-Agent, Dynamics for IBM PC. This programming house turned publisher out cinemas even Cinemaware with this multi-phase simulator adventure. Ist equals P equals Wu HN Pum 4 equals He Y Easy Olimbos Arfaalt. Symes L. Lis M and the group filmed 16 real actors on special sets and digitized the footage. They extracted over 400 frames for the scenes that bridge the spectacular action sequences, as well as using movie-like effects to enhance the action. David Wolf, Secret Agent includes 4 impressive action-esque games. The player flies a hang glider, drives a sports car, pilots a stealth fighter, and skydives. All 4 phases are pictured with panoramic views using visuals that virtually define the state of the art. Honorable mentions F1 by Y1,
honestly,
YY02,
is pretty
RRH
good
sets
now
by Barry,
at
5
citing
Shaw C2.
sources.
//A, EAEEAB,
So that is something, I
L24
think I'm
Jenna,
not the only
Inside,
one who complains
EY
about
Sussy
that.
Noi New York 0LL55 Bone A, ENE/DPEPPS2P Air Copyright E Fiendish Freddy's Big Top Zero Fun, Mindscape for all computer systems, is a good-natured arcade-style game with a circus theme that would have been fun even with ordinary graphics. But Chris Gray has added wonderful touches, like the panel of clownish judges, to lift this multi-event program to greater heights of enjoyability.
He's the guy who
Best
created
coin
Boulder
op to
Dash
home
and,
computer translation. The popularity of categories has always moved in Y cycles,
Eventually
and all-out
did.
action is currently
What
on the
was
rise
it?
in the home computer field. The popularity of video games and the
Created
rebirth
gray
of the
matter.
Coin Op Center has renewed players' /D
produced
interest
a
in
bunch of
uncompromisingly
kind of indie games on,
action-oriented
Super
games.
Nintendo.
Continued on page 78.
Now you can fight. Now you can fight attack dogs. Okay, for a second I thought there was a comma at the end, so it's now you can fight, comma, attack dogs. Like, no, I don't want to do that. Machine gunners, thugs, samurai, and tanks. All in the privacy of your own home. Finally, I don't have to go out to do all of that. Introducing The Revenge of Shinobi. Well, I mean, yeah, fair. Revenge of Shinobi is a fantastic game. Although Shinobi 3 is better. what is this?
While we're discussing the exploits of Capcom's efforts to help kids in hospitals, let's also recognize the few companies that are creating games with the youngster in mind. We want to congratulate companies like Capcom, Mickey Mouse Icapate and DuckTales, Kemco/Sika, Bugs Bunny, Crazy Castle, GameTech, Fisher-Price sponsored games, =WOCs Fenrooms Boris Tomes Rs SOSO PONBS Fast BS SRS and High Tech Expressions, Sesame Street 12-3 and Sesame Street ABC, for ignoring the LBID financial risks by bringing out games that are ETT order geared for pre-teens. With most software ==4 being developed,
It's kind of
with the male
interesting,
teenager
like
as well as the
nowadays,
target
like
audience.
these games are
Kids
kind of
where
just
is
seen
red.
as like
We are thank you
easy
and our kids
cash
thank
grabs,
you.
but they're kind of making the
ET7.
argument that it was a financial detriment to do games like this. Honestly, I think they turned out to be wrong. I think these games proved to be extremely profitable and eventually did sort of turn into a cash grab sort of thing, but
Nintendo raced to bring their Game Boy out well before Christmas and in time to beat the Atari Lynx to the store shelves. Unfortunately, new cartridges for the Game Boy were non-existent for months following the machine's release. Sure, Nintendo started with a good mix of titles: baseball and tennis for sports fans, Super Mario Land and Alleyway for arcade game lovers, and Tetris for strategists, but, as with any system, a new
Tetris
flow
for
of software
strategists.
is needed
You mean
to
for
keep the
fighting
player
game lovers.
satisfied. This is particularly the case with Game Boy cartridges, which are limited in memory and therefore aren't likely to have the long-term playability that their NES relative cartridges have. We understand the enormous undertaking involved in starting a new product line, but we wish that Nintendo had planned better instead of just bringing Game Boy to market in time for the holiday toy buying season, then leaving the player in the lurch for new games to play.
yeah, try beating me at Tetris while strategizing. Blazing lasers! Oh, what L-approved game is this from? I don't remember. Yeah, Blazing Lasers is a good, easy indie game.
One of the fastest-paced games for the TURRBOGRAFX-16, Blazing Lasers will keep you going for hours. Our goal here isn't to supply you with cheats to cruise through the game, but rather to assist in some of the more troublesome areas. There are 9 levels, each different from one another and each offering at least one major confrontation via a nasty creature or heavy-duty weapon. That's the bad news. The good news is your gun Starfighter is equipped with mega weapons. So let's go.
Oh, yeah, this is the strategy guide. Yeah, there were a couple strategy guides in these magazines. I must have thought these two songs sounded similar, or maybe I just think that now. But yeah, Blazing Lasers is a fun, oh, it's a Hayute game, that's right. I knew it was something L-approved. This is Super Turrican, which is very much not L-approved, I imagine. Music is very LDP approved, though, I must say. Anyway, I'm not going to spend too much time on these strategy guides, but I think we can at least look at the pretty pictures. Because these are set up very nicely. If you are looking for a good strategy guide on Blazing Lasers, video game and computer entertainment definitely have you covered. You'd approve of most of these stupid 16-bit era to 8-bit era platformers if they'd let you continue forever. I don't remember if Super Turrican had unlimited continues. Some of them did, though. Like, Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2, I know, had unlimited continues. It's just the games themselves were just kind of bullshit otherwise. Anyway, here's Double Dragon 2. Is this supposed to be Oh, Knight Rider. Honestly, I agree with you. Like, if a game doesn't have unlimited continues, it does dissuade me from playing it as well. I don't know if I used to be that way, but definitely talking to you, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That is fucking bullshit. Platformers take entry-level gaming skill. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, like, the fundamentals are simple. Just go to the right, jump, shoot, and the rest is all just kind of execution. I think we might be... Oh, God, okay. 78. So what is... Okay, so these are... So they just stuck a strategy guide in the middle of a different thing? That's so stupid. I don't know. That is stupid. You just put a strategy guide in the middle of a totally different, unrelated thing. Alright, I guess we'll catch whatever the tail end of whatever this is.
As a result, the number of coin-op to home computer conversions is at a 3-year high, and more are on the way for 1990. Publishers are careful to pick titles that stress timing, angles, and on-the-fly planning, because the dulled reflexes of the typical 30-something computerist often can't cope with some of the super-speed shootouts that arcade aces love so much. The roots of Arkanoid, Discovery and Tato for Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore 64, Macintosh and IBM PC, can be traced back to the classic Breakout. It builds on the original with lots of additional play elements and a compendium of diverse and challenging playfields. The coin-op was an addictive action strategy triumph, and the home versions are every bit as colorful and exciting. Besides the multiple screens, the most important innovations in Arkanoid are the tokens that drop from certain bricks after the ball destroys them. By capturing one or more of these, the gamer endows the on-screen paddle with special powers. Canny utilization of abilities like rapid fire, the enlarged paddle and speed retarder make it possible to clear some playfields that would otherwise be nearly impossible to clear. Arkanoid 2 has now reached market and, if anything, is even better. The judges decided, however, that it was unfair to salute the sequel without honoring the original. Action gamers are guaranteed to want them both. Honorable mentions Alien Syndrome, Sega for Atari ST, Amiga, Commodore 64 and IBM PC, is more cerebral than most of the Sega coin-op translations. It's a sophisticated maze chase in which users move through high-tech labs while being pursued by several
this
fairly
segment
disgusting
and then move on
alien-like
to the
forms.
strategy guide segment.
Shinobi,
What is wrong
Sega
with
for
you?
Atari ST, Amiga, Commodore 64 and IBM PC, is a scrolling action contest that casts the player as Master Ninja Joe Musashi. The deadly fighter must
Like, I like this magazine, and then there's
Sega's
just,
Alien
like,
Syndrome
stupid
Advance,
schoolboy
rescuing
things that they should have
hostages
gotten
and
right
defeating the
and
army
did.
of evil assassins guarding them. In a year in which few excellent games appeared for the C64, the brilliant Commodore edition is especially welcome. From movie to coin-op to computer game, RoboCop 78.
RoboCop. Oh no, the C64 version of RoboCop is literally impossible. Like, okay, I say games are impossible, I mean this game is literally unbeatable. They programmed it, so you cannot physically beat it. Do not play RoboCop 64. They literally could not be asked
Here's
to
copyright
finish the rest of the
SVS
game,
though
so they made it
publishers,
unbeatable.
as previously mentioned, General stuck with the tried and true. 1989 did see some notable IE breakthroughs. If there were fewer such landmarks than IST in 1988 or 1987, the ones that did premiere are no less fresh and exciting than previous year's winners. Where in the world is Andrew Greenberg? Gamers 1 have been asking that question since 1981, when he shook the gaming world by co-authoring Wizardry, Surtech, and then faded into anonymity. Andy proves he's more than a one-shot wonder with the first title from his own company, Star Saga 1, Master Play for IBM PC. He the only word that fits this multiplayer science fiction role-playing simulation is awesome. 1 to 6 participants can explore and interact in one of the largest game universes ever put on disc. A computerized games master keeps the pot boiling as the 6 characters, each fully elaborated on in special SS booklets included with the game, pursue their various and often contradictory goals in this hybrid board for computer game. Any brief description can only hint at the stupendous craftsmanship that went into the design of this amazing product. The only way to truly gauge the magnitude of Greenberg's achievement is to assume one of the 6 identities and starting living it. Honorable mentions to Modem Wars, Electronic Arts for Commodore 64 and IBM PC, is the latest from one of the most consistently creative designers in the home computer field, Dan Bunton. This cross between war and football is the most enjoyable and playable contest yet published for direct play over telecommunication equipment. Beyond the Black Hole, software tool works for Commodore 64 and IBM PC, takes Pong into outer space. More importantly, this action contest adds an amazing 3D effect that works with or without special glasses and many physical puzzles. Beyond the Black Hole Fay TCI Sure TRRTSRIFUT Friday.
Action 52 is just so bad, and yet, like, for some reason they decided to make, like, of all things, they decided to make this game be, like, a legitimate banger. At least in terms of music. Like, well, I know why they put all their effort into this. I'm just wondering how they were able to do it.
Car, the STUN runner. Your task is to pilot this billion-dollar marvel through a variety of terrains and obstacle courses in timed heats. Straddling the game like a racing motorcycle, you rocket through landscapes at over 900 miles per hour. Besides gathering speed points, you must destroy moving targets and roadblocks with your laser guns or shockwave cannon. Point 7.U.N runner, with its smooth polygon-generated 3D graphics, is not for the weak of heart or slow of reflex. A definite groundbreaker. Most innovative arcade game Y Warfare Ven and CLIDVLNWWY79 First Georgiaville ZE4TIAXAGWAF Creatin AARD \7UTH7 43 and 977 PWRE S scenario IAK4 and HT fa call of 9 degrees 4 54 E lac 0 ABY I cha EE Cora equals we went wild over this one. Atari's Escape from the EA equals Planet of the Robot Monsters is one of the most humorous and original arcade offerings to come along in some time. Take command of your choice of heroes as they blast their way through a maze of robots and biomechanical bosses to save Earth. Your destination is the artificial asteroid Planet X, seized by the evil, zombie-making reptilians. If you don't blunt the reptilian invasion force, their next stop may be your downtown mall. With graphics designed to emulate those cheesy rocket operas out of days gone by, Escape is a little mini-movie all by itself. Lots of exciting gameplay, backed up by top-notch Tavang animation and varied scenarios, makes Escape a game to crime play again and again. Punch Friend's best driving simulator. Often who out there hasn't wished for the chance to take just victims one lap in a high-performance racing machine? The roar of Hent with the engine, the squeal of rubber on pavement, passing car its strata upon car as you blast down the road? Sigh. Well, for a hood's few quarters and a few minutes of your time, Atari's Hard Drivin' is glad to oblige. This driving simulation offers you uncanny realism and driving thrills as you power.
Like I said, never played the actual Hard Drivin'
death-defying stunt Y-Tracks
arcade game, but all the
excellent,
ports
as are the actual
it's
ergonomics
probably
of the game machine
unfair
itself.
that this game was
Watch out,
pretty revolutionary
/Alon
for its
Proust.
time.
KEY/Best Flying 3 Game 4 we were
Stands
quite
to reason
smitten by
all the
Yen the
forces
exciting Missile Hawk by WM Namco. Picture yourself equals behind the stick of the Metal Hawk.
Didn't stop
an
them from trying to port it
ultra-sophisticated
to
attack
literally
helicopter,
everything.
as you strike deep behind enemy lines and become the envy of your fellow gamers. The graphics VG and CE February 1990. On Metal Hawk are remarkable, allowing you to bank, zoom SIE and climb with breathless grace and speed. This is the Fido first game to zoom in with you as you dive or climb, creating a realistic feeling of chopper combat and giving you that little extra thrill for your money. The attack satisfy scenarios are also detailed above and beyond the average brow Call of Duty. Best multiplayer game AMELP == 1 A Duke ENEEE 0 EE Pel SCGE at ICR worth
SWAT?
QE0, USES Ben J led a great JDSAO or bio A 11101 EESPTPOS Famice yet equals the foul at I% 8 SA. Re RNTCERMS Cine AC. Although most games are played solo against the computer, it's always fun to enlist the aid of a few friends to vanquish a pixelated foe now and again. Konami's Crime Fighter is the best example we've seen of the kick-punch genre and a darn fun game to play with your friends as well.
I'm no longer calling them beat-em-ups anymore, I'm calling them the kick-punch genre.
Victims, and sharpen your martial arts skills on the villain's henchmen. The variety of characterization in this game is its strongest point, pitting you against a rogue's gallery of hoods that is both funny and challenging. The teamwork.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind! A rapper the rapper likes.
Best combat game among the myriad combat simulators and Blow-MUPS released this year, Fabtek's Dynamite Duke rises head and shoulders above the rest. Take command of the Cyborgian Duke on his quest for revenge against the scientists that made him what he is today, a bionic weapon. The actual gameplay of Duke is enthralling, giving you plenty of worthy adversaries to butt up against on all levels and great background graphics to boot. You also see the action through a unique viewpoint, a hole in Duke's back.
You don't think rhythm games existed
Use
at the
the
time?
fabled Dynamite Punch to get you through some of the game's tougher sections and enemies.
Checkmate, atheist.
This is another game that earns its laurels by having a great concept, a great sense of humor and a hero that looks like.
And there were, like, some rhythm games on, like, Commodore 64. There was one I remember, it was like a breakdancing game. I forget what it was called. But it was like a very sort of primitive... Actually, I guess Simon isn't really a rhythm game. So, honestly, this isn't really... The breakdancing game was kind of more like Simon. I guess Simon isn't really a rhythm game, it's more just a memorization game. Which for me, that's mostly what rhythm games are. But also for, like, people who aren't me.
Want a little variety in your video sports? Try Azen's Cyberball 2072 on for size. The year is 2072, and the game of football as we know it is very, very different. Gone are the Joe Montanas and Boomer Esiasons and Herschel Walkers. In their place on the gridiron are
Donald
robots,
Trump
high-tech
and Herschel
machines
Walker
programmed to sack
referenced in the
each other
same,
and toss a titanium pigskin. Game graphics are smooth and detailed, and the characterizations for the jet-powered jocks are priceless. The level of play complexity is somewhat off-putting for the beginner, but Cyberball 2072 is a consummate simulation game that grows better each time you play. 4. 'Tis been said that there's nothing new under the sun today. Imitations and repetition seem to be the order of the day in almost all forms of entertainment. Look at the movie section of your local newspaper if you need any further proof. Sequels, prequels and redux items are all the rage, and the line between who's who and what's what gets fuzzier every day. Fortunately, not everyone is following the trend toward imitation these days. Witness an exciting new breakthrough in the concept of arcade gaming, spearheaded by LDA-based coin-op distributor United Amusements and aided by NEC, manufacturer of the TurboGrafx 16 home system. Sound unusual? Those familiar with the politics of home vs arcade gaming will find it even more so. Arcade owners and machine distributors have regarded the burgeoning home market as a threat to their sales and
Or you know what? I think I'm actually gonna stop here, and we will continue on with this magazine next week. Page 83, so we're about halfway. Is Ronnie live? Can we raid Ronnie? We can indeed. I should clip the... Y'all remember the I Like Turtles kid? I should clip that and have that play whenever we raid Ronnie. But anyway, go raid Ronnie. He is doing the Monday show on Thursday. Except it is now Friday. At least if you live on the Eastern Hemisphere. Anyway, so tomorrow, or I guess later today, I will be taking a look at Nightmare, the Nightmare series on MSX. A bunch of kind of loosely related Konami games. Mostly I want to check out Nightmare 3, but I want to play a little bit of the first two. Saturday will be Romporee for you and me to see, Hip Hip Hooray. Sunday, Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. I think we might be able to beat that on Sunday. If not, I don't know, possibly next week, but hopefully soon. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter H. Tuesday, Lunar, the Silver Star story complete. And next Thursday will be more LDM, taking a look at Video Game and Computer Entertainment magazine from February 1990. So, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Jeremiah Thomas, Arus218, Cerulean, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, DJ Ronnie G, Karumin Good Gamer, Game Gear Goddess, Mike Wolf, Prime 1, Renee W, Slim Nim, Nintendo Volts, and Wolfpack 1. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freak. Freddy Freak of Intimidation, sweeping the nation, doing his things our way. If you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and Request. To be part of the community, join the Discord, talking about games, music, rock requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!